All right. We are back. Like I said, we would be back just a little bit later than maybe I wanted to, but we are. We're doing our live stream. We're doing our JE live post game a little bit late. We did it yesterday. As you guys know, I was very tired. That hasn't changed. I'm still pretty tired, but not on the level of I was yesterday. I'd say I have about over 30 hours of sleep debt. That's what happens. 2023, I sacrificed so much sleep to make sure that I could get the content I wanted to get out. And that's what I did. So this year, I'm trying to push myself again to have, at least 2 videos a day. We averaged almost 2 videos a day in 2023. So 2024 is here, and this will be our first live stream of 2024. I think this is the first time, probably not, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this might be the first time that I've gone live not after a game during the season. Like, I don't know. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. Appreciate you guys being here, though. I'm going to be bringing people in for the call in and everything. Hop in the Discord if you haven't already. Go on the off-air channels. Go to the voice channel waiting room. Wow, that cracked. Crack open a nice cold beer. Let's have some fun. Happy New Year, everyone. Now, this is really good. It's Squint Sour Ale from Frog Alley Brewing Co. in New York. Schenectady, I might add. Great stuff. But, yeah, how we all doing, guys? What's up? I might actually be able to answer comments this time. I try to answer comments during those hectic live streams. And, we got like 700 and 800 people now. Just the usual. We definitely had that 3 years ago. Anyway, all right, let's do it. Gary, appreciate you for being in here. Mark, Smooth Operator, Brick Stadiums, Man of Paradox, The Falls, All We Know. Let's see here. 30 and a Wake Up. Mark, LG3, Jack, Joey. Let's see. I'm trying to get everybody here. Jim Everett the Great, Robert, Ronnie, Crypto Bull, JR, Sammy Boy, Michael, Rams Superfan, HD, Deb, George, Briley, Isaac, to support my energy drinks. Thanks, DC. I appreciate that. That's funny. Corey, thank you for the 5, by the way. Let's see here. AQ Davis. All right. Hell yeah. We're back like we never left. So I'm going to be bringing people on. We're going to be talking about the Rams. I'll just start off by saying this. I don't want to have my monologue or whatever go too long, but Rams made the playoffs. For the people that said they wouldn't make the playoffs, you were wrong. I was right. Most people were right in this comment section. I know a lot of you did think they make the playoffs. If you are one of those people, I'm not going to gloat too much. But yeah, they've made the playoffs. Now the question remains, how far are they going to go? They have one more game to play. Christian McCaffrey's out. They signed Brett Maher. What's going to happen? I want Brett Maher kicking 7 field goals on Sunday as practice in a game. That's what I want. But before I pass it over to you guys, and the first person, I'm gonna have Scoot come on because I want Scoot to kick up the, you guys already know. If you know Scoot, by the way, I'll just tell Scoot when he comes on. But I was within shoulder length of Ben Skoranek after the game. So I don't know how he's going to react to that. But yeah, Scoot's going to come on, get the party started. Before we get into that, though, Deb Wisniewski. I'm sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong. I think I just always call you Deb, so that's probably why. So if I did, I apologize. Deb specifically asked me to discuss my thoughts on sitting Stafford. I believe it was on Twitter. This is what I will say about that. I don't think you can go wrong having him play the full game. If he gets hurt, obviously that's bad. But it's not like the Rams can't move up. This is still a scenario where they could fall down, they can stay at 6, or they could fall down. So it's not like everything is set in stone like the 49ers. No matter what the 49ers do on Sunday, they have the 1 seed, and they're not playing next week. They're safe from that. They'll be in the divisional round of the playoffs. The Rams have to earn it. So that's what I'll say there. As far as Matthew Stafford playing, I'm not against them playing him the whole game. But if they're going to sit him, I think he plays the first half of the game, and then Carson Wentz plays the second half. I will say, when you have a Carson Wentz as your backup, Carson Wentz can start this game and win it, man. He really can. The thing that makes the 49ers so dangerous is that they have Christian McCaffrey. Aside, like, if they don't have Christian McCaffrey and say it's Elijah Mitchell, like, you can beat them. You could beat them. Don't tell me you can't beat. You could beat them with Christian McCaffrey. They came close in week 2 when they weren't even as good as they are now. You could beat them without Christian McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell. 100%. No doubt about it. I have no concern. So we're going to do something a little different because I know, obviously, we're going to have people call in. And I know there are people that don't want me to just sit here and talk to people all day in the call-in. So what we're going to do is we're going to have somebody call in, then I'm going to talk for 5 minutes after I let that person off, and then bring on another caller. Okay? So have that in-between thing where, I can interact with the comment section a little bit as well. So there you have it. Michael, thank you so much for becoming a bronze member. Appreciate you. Wildman Samurai, thank you so much for the 5. I think we need the win more. I'd rather go to Detroit than Dallas. Thoughts, Jake? That's how I feel. I think Dallas, Detroit's the best team to play against right now. Dallas, you don't want to be the team that has to beat the only team to beat them at home. And I don't think Philly's that much of an opportunity, but I think most of the players would probably want to play Philly at this point. HD question, Jake, how is it meeting Rams players in person? A lot of us will never get the opportunity. It's great. I mean, I've kind of separated myself from being a fan. Obviously, I'm still a fan of the Rams, diehard fan, everything. But when you cover the team, like, I've already kind of gotten past all the butterflies and the jitters of seeing guys in person. I kind of look at them as my peers, my equals. Obviously, they make way more money than I do, and they play a sport that I'd never be able to play. But that's what you kind of have to look at yourself as when you are a professional. And while this is a casual show, and we like to kick back and relax and have fun and have a little bit of fandom and atmosphere, and I'm wearing a Rams hat and a Rams hoodie, doesn't mean that I can't be professional. So that's how I view myself. Maybe I'm wrong for doing that, but great question. I enjoyed seeing Kello. I haven't talked to him yet. I'm friends with his dad. We've talked pretty much most of the year. He reached out to me and we've, become friends and he's great. He's a big reason, why I was able to do all that. But then, Bobby, actually, I'm in the friends and family section and I go over, I see Bobby with his family. I don't want to disturb him. He's having pictures and talking with them and all that. And he did hurt his knee and everything. So, there's concern there. And he turns around. He's like, oh, hey, what's up, my man? Like, because we've been talking for a while. And Bobby Brown, he's great, man. His family's great. Shout out to his mom. Shout out to his aunt. I mean, I talked with both of them. Just really cool, really cool people. A lot of genuine people. Like, I saw Kyron's mom. I saw afterwards she wrestled the ball out of that guy's hands. That was great, man. Get the hell out of here. You're a Giants fan trying to take Kyron Williams' football he's throwing to his mom. Who does that? Puka's mom seemed really nice. Again, I just kind of like nodded or said hi. I wasn't going to take any of the time away from these players if I didn't know them ahead of time. Like, Akello's dad and I are friends. That was the deal. I was going to be able to see, Akello and talk to him a little bit. Pretty much told him, thanks for making me look smart or not. I forget what I said. Thanks for making me not look like an idiot because I backed that signing from day one. And I think he's had a really good year. And then Bobby, I mean, him and I have talked so much, over the last few weeks that, it was just we picked up where we left off. I asked him how he was doing. He said, we're feeling good. And sure enough, it comes out, we're good. So sounds like he'll play week 18. But let's bring on, it'll be Scoot. And then we'll bring on other people as well. And again, it'll be call in, talk for 5 minutes afterwards, call in, talk for 5 minutes afterwards. I do want to interact with the chat a little bit more now that I have that opportunity, because obviously it gets a little crazy. But it's not super crazy right now. We do have 245 right now. So, that's that. I would rather play Detroit as well. I'm going to put my headphones on so I can hear what the hell anybody's saying. So yeah, let's get this thing rolling. I don't know why this feels different. This sounds different. I don't know why it sounds so different, but it does. Okay, maybe this is on. No. Yeah, my monitor just sounds different. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's see here. Get the Discord ready. Yeah, okay, we got that. There we go there. Also, the sound effects. So I didn't realize the sound effects were so loud. So I'm going to turn that down for you guys because I didn't rewatch it, but someone rewatched it in my family and it's loud. The kick alerts or the alerts in general. So I'm going to turn that down 50%. Get it down to 50% decibels. Okay, let's do it. Scoot, your time to shine, man. Your time to shine. What's up, buddy?
Oh, we're here.
We are. Well, I'm here. You're now here with me.
We're about to cook.
Yeah, I figured I'll let you start it off because you got all the energy that I am definitely lacking over the last few weeks.
How does it feel that the Rams have the offensive and defensive rookie of the year?
I know, right? I mean,
it feels pretty good. Kobe Turner is amazing. Kobe Turner against the Giants was insane. Go back there. You got to do a film review on Kobe Turner against the Giants. That game was nuts.
He was everywhere. Being at that game specifically, having that bird's eye view, it was like I was watching the All-22. And yeah.
It's like you're watching a young Aaron Donald. I know that's like a comparison that a lot of rookies get. They're like, oh, this is the next Aaron Donald. It really felt like he was everywhere on Sunday.
And he's getting double teamed. I think you shared it, actually. He's getting double teamed more than Donald.
He's getting double teamed more than Jalen Carter, who's minus 1,000 for defensive rookie of the year.
Which is insane. It's just absolutely insane to me.
3 fewer sacks, big chunk, a couple, at least double-digit fewer solo tackles.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
I don't want to take away from Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter's amazing.
Yeah.
But what Kobe Turner is doing at the 89th pick of the draft, doing he might hit double-digit sacks if we start our starters against the Niners. I think he does.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I definitely don't see why not.
Double-digit sacks as a rookie D lineman. He leads all rookies in sacks. I'm so high on the Kobe Turner train right now. The conductor means business.
Yeah, he was huge. I don't even want to know how pissed you were about Ben Skoranek having that overturned because he.
I was real pumped for my boy.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know if you heard on the stream.
The Zebras can't let my boy succeed. They don't want to see him succeed.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard on the stream. I was shoulders length from him. He looked dead. He looked dead at me, but he was with a bunch of family. I wasn't going to interrupt that. So, but yeah.
He knew. He was like, man. Scoot was gonna go Scoot was gonna go crazy on Twitter if I would have hit that.
Oh man, I almost snapped a pic for you, but I just like again, you're just trying to be when you're in that space. I mean, especially because I cover the team, I'm not trying to be like unprofessional in any way. So it's New
Yeah, I get
Year's Eve. He's got all all the family coming in. He had a bunch of family, Scoot. I mean, I saw Skowronek jerseys everywhere.
good. It
So
should be the best-selling jersey on this team, to be honest with you.
so
Anyway,
what are your thoughts? I'll start off. I'll ask you the question. For all right, hold on. Forget about the questions. I need a Scoot rant for. Let's just give you a quick topic to talk about. Oh, I don't know. The Rams make the playoffs when, and obviously I said they would. You said they would. But for the people that said that they were going to tank for Caleb, I'll give you the floor.
so Rampage, the mascot, tweeted out something great. It doesn't matter where you stood. All that matters is that we're here now. It doesn't matter if you doubted. Everyone is happy to see the Rams go to the playoffs. Every single fan is happy to see this team succeed. I don't think anyone's going to be unhappy that this team is in the dance. This team has gone above and beyond what we thought that this team was going to be. No one, even the most optimistic of this fan base, was not expecting to have Kobe Turner leading all rookies in sacks and tying Aaron Donald with the most sacks by a defensive tackle as a rookie. No one expected Byron Young to be going back and forth with Kobe Turner. Who are they competing with? Each other. They got no one else to compare themselves to, so they compete with each other on going back and forth. They didn't even know. They were going back and forth. That's how locked in they were. Kobe Turner was asked about it today. Puka Nacua. No one knew that Puka Nacua was going to go off for 1,445 yards, I think is what he's at right now. 5 touchdowns. That 80-yard scamper, that turn. Puka Nacua is the toughest runner in football at the moment. That man just breaks tackles. You're not getting him down. He takes licks, man, and he doesn't go down. That's that Samoan in him. Those Samoan players did not go down. No one expected Matthew Stafford to have. Now, computer cowboy Ben Baldwin.
Oh yeah, did you see I called him out?
I am a huge fan of Ben Baldwin and all the analytical stuff he does. That was such a random, and I think he's a Seahawks fan, so I think it was a little bitter division rivalry coming out. When he said, this is one of those games Matthew Stafford has and no one's going to talk about it. No one
Because it happened at 1 o'clock.
Stafford when he was on a tear for 5 straight games. 14 touchdowns, no picks. And you know what? We didn't play our best game against the Giants. We did not. The offense did not play their best game. The defense did not play their best game. But you know what? The defense not playing their best game allowed 19 points. And the offense not playing their best game put up 26 points. So this team not playing their best is still pretty damn good.
Yeah.
The special teams is abysmal, though. We got to do something next year about the special teams. But I think it's because we got so many rookies starting that it's hard for that depth to be there on special teams.
Yeah, and being at that game. I mean, I don't like the idea because I saw a lot of people commenting, oh, I've been a fan for years and this is the biggest collapse I've ever seen. If this is the biggest collapse you've ever seen, you haven't been a fan longer than the last 5 weeks. They've had more collapses worse than this year. But I don't like calling it a collapse because I think it takes away from the credit the Giants deserve. I mean, I thought they played good football. The
Giants going into this game were 7th in the league in takeaways. I knew Stafford was going to throw a pick going into this game. But you know what? We live in such a hot take era. People don't realize that these older quarterbacks, and it's not even older because we still got young guys. Baker Mayfield's one, Josh Allen. When you got the confidence in your arm to throw it and make any throw anywhere, any place on the field, you're gonna get some cocky throws. And Stafford had a lot of cocky throws that 5-week tear where he's throwing 14 touchdowns, 1 pick, and he was fitting it. And I think, and I watched the Coach McVay show earlier, and Sean McVay said that this was a great game to kind of get your head screwed on right. And not every game, you're not going to have a blowout every single game. You're not going to score on every drive. You're not going to stop the other team every drive. But it doesn't matter as long as you find a way to win. That's all that matters. You find a way to win.
Yeah.
And that's why we cut our kicker, because that was not finding a way to win.
No, not at all. And I mean, like, they turned the ball over 3 times. They, technically 4 because they had the turnover on down. So they turn over the ball 4 times. They only have 2 third down conversions in the entire game, and they scored 4 touchdowns. And despite their kicker missing 2 extra points, they hang on to steal a win against one of the better defenses in the league when they play at home. So, Wink Martindale also gave Stafford fits in Baltimore in 2021. I think a lot of people forget that. He's awesome. Great. He's awesome. He's going to get head coaching opportunities. Coach next year. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really think that's a possibility. I mean, how many defenses do you talk about that have a 5-11 football team where you're like, oh crap, this defense can actually really bring it?
I thought going into this year, I thought the Giants were going to be a solid team because of what they did last year.
Yeah,
and I think
I did too.
The quarterback regression, they've had a lot of injuries. I think next year, a lot of people, I think the Giants might be kind of like us this year a little bit, and people are going to be sleeping on them going into the year.
Yeah. No, I mean, the Giants, these are games where you look back on and you're like, I don't know how many guys will be on the roster next year from this team, but I got to tell you, I mean, these are games where you look back on, you're like, wow, okay, we kind of saw this coming last year, when they really took it to the Rams, and it's like, we said this about the Lions, we could kind of see it coming the way they finished the season. It's not really about how you start, it's about how you finish. And, the great thing about the NFL is just how, we're at the point where we've now seen a 3-7 football team go to the playoffs last year, the Jacksonville Jaguars. We saw the Washington Commanders, I think 2-3 years ago, go 3-6. Now the Rams have gone 3-6. It's a good sport and it's a good league for all those people out there that want to kind of shut out and shut down. It's like, oh, 3-6, it's over. I mean, that's plenty. Those are plenty of games, and I think the Rams kind of just showed that. I mean, they only lost 1 game since the bye, and the 1 game they lost was to a Super Bowl team.
I remember I hopped on. We were 3-6. I said, I don't care that we're 3-6 because when we come back from the bye week, we're 0-0, and that's exactly how this team thinks. Every week is a new opportunity. I don't think this team sleeps on anyone. I don't think we were sleeping on the Giants. I don't think we were thinking too far ahead. I think this team, with how young this team is, it is absolutely insane how attached the head is on the shoulders. And that's because of coaching. That's because of Sean McVay. That's because of the coaching staff. Raheem Morris, Mike LaFleur. I think Mike LaFleur has done an amazing job as offensive coordinator this year.
Yeah.
And I think that this team, next season, this team is going to be my mind's not even on next season, but next season, man, this team's going to be nuts. This team is going to be insane with, what do we got, 40, 50, 60 million in cap space, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, with those restructures, they could go up to 70 or 80. And, I mean, I think they got to go out and get a legitimate pass rusher, alongside BY. But that's
and everyone's man, I love going back at the bookmarks. People said that we were screwed for a decade. Do you know how long a decade is in the NFL? Do you know how long 3 years is in the NFL? 3 years is a long time in the NFL. This was the year, not last year. Last year we were injured to all hell. This was the year that the Los Angeles Rams paid the piper for going all in on the Super Bowl. And you know what we did? We had a winning season and we made the playoffs with the second youngest roster in football. We had we tied a record with the most starters on the 53-man roster that were rookies. The only other team to do that were the Browns in I can't remember when exactly it was. They won 1 game.
Yeah. It's It's just like laughable at this point because you still hear they mortgage their future. Well, do you know how stupid you sound on the broadcast when you're covering this team? You're talking about how they're a game away from going to the playoffs, and you're saying mortgage the future because like you're saying 2021 or 2022. Like mortgaging the future means there is no future once it's over. You know what I mean? And I think the thing is the Rams did something no one else in the league did. They showed you that they can win throwing picks to the, out for, players, proven players. They gave up a lot of picks and they continued to win. And then they showed you now that they can win even without giving up those picks and actually making those picks. It's not like the Browns with Sashi Brown. I know you know what year I'm talking about when he said,
Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad we got 13 picks because, that way we, it's more opportunities to get them right or whatever he said. And then I'm like, that has to be the worst thing I've ever heard from a GM. To me, if you're a GM like Les Snead, you're trying to hit all 14. Why am I trying to why am I making dart throws with any of my picks? And that's the thing is that the mortgaging the future take was always wrong and it always like lacked substance. But now
Lazy.
people are still just throwing that in like media fodder, and it is just hilarious because it makes you sound like a fruitcake.
People still say the Rams. People still tell me that the Rams don't have a first-round pick this year.
I know. They're like, when do you get the first round pick? When the time my kid's in kindergarten? Like what?
You know what we're gonna nail it. Like we've nailed every other draft pick. Is this the best draft class that in the entire McVay era? I don't think it's close.
I mean, I just don't see how you can't at least make that argument. It's better than 2017 if that's what you're going to say.
This is the best. I don't think you can make an argument about any other team in the league who had a better draft class.
Without a first-round pick, and you're telling me they found not only a starting wide receiver, because that's just not doing it justice with Puka Nacua. I mean, we're talking about a guy that's about to break
wide receiver.
Yeah, he's about to break the rookie record, and people can say what they want, but he's going to. He's going to. And he would have broken it against the Giants if Stafford could have had a little bit more time at the end of that game. I mean, the Giants were just really. I mean, they were pinning their ears back.
They were blitzing like crazy.
Yeah.
They were heavy.
Yeah, and they knew what they were doing too because, keep in mind, I think so much stock is put into yesterday. And what, and it's not the right stock. People are like, oh, the Rams could barely beat the Giants of all teams. The Giants beat the Packers, who are probably going to be in the playoffs, who just, obliterated the Vikings in Minnesota last night. The Giants have played teams tough. They should have beat the Eagles last week. The Giants are not they're probably one of the better 5-win teams we're going to find at the end of a season to be that motivated to win this type of game.
You can't judge a team just based off the record because even last year when we were injured, it felt like we were putting up fights. We were not an easy out 5-win team. You still had to plan for this team.
Yeah.
You still had to make sure that you
every
were
fourth quarter they're right there.
Players in check.
One possession game. Yeah.
You can't. There's no free wins in this league. Look at what the Arizona Cardinals just did to the Eagles.
But yeah, I would absolutely despise to be the Seahawks right now. Can you imagine that? So you're sitting there. You were 3 games up on the Rams. You lost to the Rams twice. You got embarrassed at home to start the season. You said, that's not us. Then you beat a really good Lions team. You got everyone believing that you were good. And then you played the Rams, and that started a complete collapse of your team. Then you get a huge win over the Eagles, thinking it's a big deal with Drew Lock, when as a matter of fact, the Eagles just weren't very good. They're falling off a cliff. Then you barely sneak out of Tennessee, and you're like, oh, we got Mason Rudolph and the Steelers. They're abysmal. We're going to beat them. And they lose at home. And now, in order for Seattle to make the playoffs, they need the Packers to lose at home to the Bears.
Not in your hands. Their destiny is not in their hands. And that's the difference between the Seahawks and the Rams.
Yeah.
And the Seahawks, people said that this was the team that was going to give the Niners a run for their money.
I never bought into that.
The Seahawks. People had the Seahawks finishing second. Rams were competing for third or fourth. It was a race to the bottom. And now look, Seattle guaranteed to be third. Their defense is one of the worst defenses in the NFL. You know when the last time the Steelers scored 30 points?
I don't. I really don't.
2020.
Yeah.
2020 is the last time the Steelers scored 30 points. Seahawks defense since week 9, 32nd in EPA per play, 32nd in success rate, 32nd in rush EPA, 32nd in rush success rate, 29th in dropback EPA, 24th in dropback success rate. They are still last in EPA per play, rushing EPA, without the Ravens blowout. The Seahawks defense sucks. They are garbage. They're a garbage franchise. Pete Carroll's an old man. The game is too past him. Geno Smith is a fraud. DK Metcalf's a diva who cries when he doesn't get the ball. Tyler Lockett's washed up. JSN looks like a bum. We have such a better organization. Sorry, I hate the Seahawks. I'm going to go off on the Seahawks. Any chance I get. I hate the Seahawks. I don't hate them as much as the Niners, but I might hate their fans more. The Seahawks are a bunch of bums. We own them. We're going to own them next year. We're going to own them the year after that. And this team is garbage. Seahawks suck. They've sucked. I knew they were going to suck coming into this year. It's the end of the year, and I knew they were going to suck. They still suck at the end of the year. And their fans were so cocky about Geno Smith. They were cocky about their defense. Devin Witherspoon, who they are calling as snub and already calling him snubbed for defensive rookie of the year, led the team in missed tackles against the Steelers on Sunday. Is that defensive rookie of the year to you?
No, and his targeted passer rating is over 80. If anything, if you were going to say any corner's defensive rookie of the year, you would give, some praise, maybe not call him defensive rookie of the year because I wouldn't, but you'd give him praise. Joey Porter Jr. I mean, he's playing really well this year, but
much better.
But yeah, what it is though, Scoot. I mean, we dealt with the same thing last year. Woolen was fun. Woolen had interceptions, but people tried to tell me when I was covering the Jets last year that Woolen was defensive rookie of the year over Sauce Gardner, who basically you couldn't throw
sucks
on
this year.
Yeah, well, Woolen might get traded. Like they might be done with him.
I throw that word out. I throw the word sucks around. I don't normally, like, when I say someone sucks, usually they're probably average. Tariq Woolen is awful at tackling. He has no effort. Did you watch the rushing touchdown, his effort that he put in?
Yeah, it's not great, Scoot. Not
Steelers
great.
Had a rushing touchdown, and Tariq Woolen sat there like he was just like he had him in fantasy.
It's been fun to watch on the Steelers side, and I'll wrap this up here, but I gotta give credit. It's been a lot of fun to watch Jaylen Warren this year because he's kind of in the same vein as like a Kyren Williams, late round pick. A lot of people forgot about him. Not super tall, not like a 6'2" back or anything like that. Not 250 pounds. Just like kind of one of those, 5'10", $196, like Kyren 5'9", and the guy just makes everybody miss. He averages over 5 yards a carry. I don't know why the Steelers don't use him more, but I mean, I think he deserves a lot of credit for the Rams clinching, yesterday. I think he deserves credit. Yep. George Pickens deserves a lot of credit. And we got to give
Pickens went nuts yesterday.
We got to give Mason Rudolph his credit because that guy, I mean, he's been through it. Since going from Oklahoma State to the NFL, he just hasn't been able to really do anything. And now, he's on a little bit of a roll, and I wouldn't be surprised. And you know what? I'll say this. I know a lot of Rams fans hate the Steelers, but since they made my New Year's Eve so much better, being able to go to MetLife, see that game, have all those experience I had, and then being able to, stop at a rest stop, watch the rest of the game. I'm eating freaking Burger King and watching them, clinch. I hope the Steelers make the playoffs after that. They deserve it, for throwing the Rams a little bone there. Not saying the Rams wouldn't have clinched Week 18. I think they do. But, I think there's just something that has me kind of rooting for the Steelers now to make it. I don't think there'll be much of a competition against some of the better AFC teams. But I don't know how you feel about that, Scoop, but I'm definitely more pro Steelers than I was before that game.
Absolutely pro Steelers. They got us into the playoffs early We don't have to worry about are we going to beat the Niners? Which, by the way, we're going to beat the piss out of the Niners. I do not care that we're in San Francisco.
No,
We're
I
going to
don't care.
walk into their house. We're going to take their lunch money, and we're going to be a 10-win team. When people thought that we were going to be in the Caleb Williams sweepstakes, we're going to walk in there, and we're going to punch them in the mouth, just like we did to the Ravens. We might not have beat the Ravens, but I do not care. We're going to walk in, beat the piss out of San Francisco, walk out of there a 10-win team. And then we're going to walk into Detroit. We're going to say, Jared Goff, look who we traded you for, Matthew Stafford. Bam, punch him in the mouth. We're going to move on to the divisional round. I don't care who we face. When the Rams play their best ball, we're the best team in football. We have the best offense in football. We have the best quarterback in football when we're playing our best ball. Best head coach in the league. We're going to destroy and make some noise in the playoffs. Nobody wants to face this Rams team. Not a single soul. I don't care how we looked against the Giants. Oh, you want to say, the Rams? Oh, look at the same old sorry Rams. Only beat the Giants by 1 point. I hope they think that of us. When we walk into their house, we take their lunch money, we punch them in the mouth, and we are the ones that move on.
Hey, Scoot, I'll say this. The 1 point victory. First off, you have to wonder if this team is the team of destiny. They've had 2 1-point victories in which a kicker's missed a field goal. That doesn't happen in our history.
2007 Giants, baby.
And that's the first thing I'll say. And then the second thing is, maybe this was the best case scenario for the Rams. Maybe they needed one last humbling moment, and they didn't have to suffer a defeat to do it. I don't know. I did next week doesn't really. It's not going to matter a ton to the 49ers. They've already clinched, but should be interesting. But Scoot, appreciate you. Appreciate you bringing the fire as always, and look forward to talking with you and everyone else. Of course, next weekend I'll be doing this after
Absolutely.
the 49er game.
I'll be here. Win, lose, tie. I'll be here. Go Rams. We're going to the Super Bowl. Matthew Stafford's the best quarterback in football.
All right, guys, that was Scoot. Like I said, I'm going to talk for a little bit, and then I'll bring on another guest. Man, we got almost 400 people in here. Really appreciate that. Damn, I was going to read the comments, or at least try to, but it's kind of going quickly on me. All right, let's first start off. Kick, I see you guys. Don't think I don't. Cinco, appreciate you being in here. Caesar, Paddock J, Starblade, obviously Jack, I know you. Appreciate you guys supporting the Kick channel. Means a lot. What's up, LJ? And then I see Ram fan Ashton. What's up, Ashton? How you doing? LA Lou, thank you so much for the 10. I just saw that. Appreciate the donation. Start Wentz. I don't want his first snaps to be in the playoffs. Give back up some snaps. I don't care who we play. Season is a success. We weren't supposed to be here in the first place. I somewhat agree with you. Here's the thing, okay? I would like to see a first half of Stafford and the offense and just the starters. The second half, I'd love to see Carson Wentz be able to throw the football, because I think a lot of people act like Carson Wentz can't play. They think he's trash. They think he's a backup. I'll be honest. I don't think. I think Carson Wentz is a starting caliber quarterback. And I don't think people are ready to admit that if he gets to play with Cooper Kupp and DeMarcus Robinson and, Puka Nacua and Tutu Atwell, I really don't think people are. But at the same time, because happy birthday, Brian. I see you. What a great birthday present from the Rams. At the same time, folks, because you guys know I got to call it every way I see it. Fishing with James, what's up? I got to call it every way like I see it, folks, because here's the deal. All right, you guys ready for this? I gotta say, business-wise, does it make sense for the Rams to trot out Carson Wentz if they don't have to? And the answer is kind of no. Here's why. Here's the reason why. If Carson Wentz doesn't start and it's Matthew Stafford, here's one of the reasons why this could be the case. You ready for it? The Rams know they could bring back Carson Wentz for cheap next year. He hasn't put anything out there. No one wanted to sign him, right? There weren't many teams that were willing to sign him. So his stock doesn't go up or down. If he doesn't play, his stock doesn't go up or down, right? It's really that simple. So that's one of the main reasons why I could see them sitting him, is because they want to bring him back next year at kind of the same value. If he plays and goes off like Matt Flynn, remember Matt Flynn coming in starting week 17, Aaron Rodgers sat. If he comes in like Matt Flynn, you want to tell me one of those organizations are going to be like, no, we don't want Carson Wentz? The optics, man. If he goes in there and he throws 6 touchdowns against the 49ers, he's gone. He won't be obtainable next year. So I do think part of that is the case. And I'm not accusing the Rams of purposely not playing him because of it, but I'll say, and Michael King knows, because we've talked about it, I do want to see Carson Wentz play. I'd like to see Carson Wentz get his shot. Selfishly, I'd like him to stay with the Rams, but I'd like him to get his shot and show everyone that they're wrong about him, because I think the guy can play. And Carson Wentz behind this offensive line and with, the starting receivers he has and everything, because here's the thing. I don't think if the Rams sit starters, it's going to be Matthew Stafford. Excuse me. It's going to be Matthew Stafford. He's the quarterback. He's had some injuries this year. Stafford. It's going to be potentially, in my opinion, it would be potentially Kyron Williams. Okay? Kyron Williams had some injuries this year, trying to keep him fresh. He's been used a lot in these games. Okay. It's going to be Cooper Kupp, probably. Cooper Kupp has missed games. Tyler Higbee's dealing with a shoulder. Maybe I'm not rushing him out there to play with a shoulder issue, right? It's going to be Aaron Donald. He's too important to make the thing go. Okay? It's going to be Ahkello Witherspoon potentially with the groin, right? Those are the guys that would be sitting. It'd be guys that have already experienced injuries this year, trying to keep them fresh. It wouldn't be somebody like, maybe Puka Nacua sits. But I still don't even see that. I really think that I don't think they would let him not get the record. Maybe he gets the record and sits. But I wouldn't assume that the Rams don't care about winning this game, because, again, you are not the 1 seed. You can go down. You can. The Packers own the tiebreaker. If you lose and the Packers win against the Bears, they have the 6th seed now. And no 7th seed has ever won in the current playoff structure. So I don't think the Rams are going to sit their starters. I think if you go back, history shows everything. The Rams sat their starters in the last week of the season. Sean Mannion played, I think it was against the 49ers, and they came out. They were rusty, and the Falcons punched them in the mouth, and they lost at the Coliseum to the Falcons, okay? I don't like the idea of sitting the starters outright. If you want to have them play a half and then take off the rest of the game, fine. But do not sit the starters entirely. Unless maybe you want to sit Stafford. But to me, after I just saw that game at Giant Stadium, MetLife, I'm probably not about to go out there and say, yeah, Stafford, don't start. Because I want to get him back in the rhythm he was just in. Wasn't his best game on Sunday. I'm trying to get him back in that rhythm, the killer instinct, have him throw a touchdown or two, So that's where I'm at on that. We'll bring on another guest here. Let's bring on Falco. And then we're going to bring on Darth afterwards, because those two have been waiting the longest.
Yo, what's up, Jake?
What's up, Falco? How you doing?
I am doing really well, actually. Firstly, Rams clinching the playoffs.
Gee, I wonder
Great
why.
to see. Yeah. Second of all, as a Michigan fan, I just watched Michigan move on to national championships. So.
Oh yeah, you're playing with house money right now with everything going on.
Seriously. Yeah. Only kind of downside is that Vegas lost in the Winter Classic, but
it wasn't. I don't know what that was. That was not good.
Yeah.
That was bad.
That was pretty bad. But I'll take a Rams clinching playoffs and Michigan moving on to national championship any day.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I'd take a Rams win over a Vegas Knights win any day. Now I know probably Vegas Knights fans don't love hearing that, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles, man.
Yep. So, man, watching that game was so interesting because Lucas Haversake's now gone. We bring back Brett Maher, which I think is the right move at this point in the season.
Yeah.
You just can't miss those kicks. You just can't, because if those 2 points will have been made, the Giants will have to score a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to win it.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, those are 33-yard field goals, Falco.
Yeah.
Essentially, an extra point is 33 yards. That should be a chip shot. Like,
and
what?
he shinks both. I mean, to be fair, the kicking on the Giants side wasn't that good either. With Mason Crosby just doinking it on the crossbar.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
hard to say.
Crosby. All right. So I want to just tell you real quick, being at the game, being at the 50-yard line is the greatest thing ever until they kick field goals and extra points. Because you can't see whether they made it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And oh man, when Tyrod ran like 30 yards, I was like, this game's over. I can't believe we're about to lose this game. And and you know me, I'm not Mr. Optimist. I have a lot of reason to be optimistic about this team. Mm-hmm. So, I'm thinking, wow, we really are going to lose this game. I don't know how the hell, the Rams are going to lose this game. I can't even believe this is going to happen. And then I see the kick, and it looks like it's going to be good. Like, from where I'm sitting, it looks like he has enough. And then I see the crowd cheering, and then I see more of the crowd cheering. And I got to say, don't underestimate the Rams fans. They turned out well yesterday. Maybe 40-60, maybe 50-50. I mean, a lot of Rams fans. And I see it on the monitor, and it shows that he missed it. It looked closer, though, at the stadium. Then I see the TV broadcast later on that day. And I'm like,
the TV broadcast, it showed like he was not even close on making it.
No, I don't even think he had the leg. I think it died before the crossbar. So
it did.
Yeah. So, it's funny. Being at the game made it way more scary. Plus, I mean, the storyline was there. If the football gods wanted to intervene, man, that was the time to intervene. But good Lord. And for anybody saying that they scripted this for, Rams and Lions, because I know that's what a lot of people are saying now, letting that Cowboys win happen. They clearly wanted the Rams and Lions. That game was not scripted. The Giants easily could have won that game. The Rams got, I don't believe in luck. I'll just say
that was luck.
Well, yes and no. I mean, Tyrod missed the throw that he should have made on the 2-point conversion. But also, I think it was either, I want to say it was Jonah Williams or Michael Hoyt jumped off sides, which made it a 2-point conversion. No one talks about that. Yeah. That was huge. But then the missed field goal, I mean, they made it tough, I don't know why they didn't run the ball. They threw the ball, stopped the clock, gave the Rams some time if he did hit it. There was about 20-something seconds left. And it's like, I just don't know what they were doing at the end. But the Rams defense actually forced, was actually, a few yards back. So I think they initially would have had like a 51-yard, 52, which he drilled last week. And they pushed it to be a 54-yarder. And, people always say, oh, you only won because of the missed field goal. Well, you had to make the field goal from where I held you. So, if you miss a 19-yard field goal, then yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, I can't believe you missed that. You are terrible. But I mean, if you miss a 54-yarder, those aren't guaranteed, my friend. There's not really luck involved there. I mean, this is a guy that has a career 58 leg, and that's way back when, since he's lost a lot of power. So, yeah. Not buying the luck part. I think, you know, they did what they could, and, you know, obviously they, like Sean McVay said, we sure love to make it interesting, don't we?
Yeah, from watching McVay's presser, it just sounded like it wasn't the result they were looking for.
No, God, no.
But back to the whole San Francisco question. They are not going to play Christian McCaffrey because he sustained a calf injury during their last game, so they're just giving him as much rest as possible. So I'm curious if we'll see more rests from the Niners, and I'm interested to see who we would rest.
I don't think the Rams are going to rest anyone. Maybe they rest Stafford. Yeah, I mean, they still have something to play for, so.
But I'm thinking maybe resting guys like Havenstein, Stafford, Cobb, AD, giving those guys, giving the vets the rest, and playing a lot more of the younger guys, like playing Puka, Kyron, Byron, Kobe, giving those guys more experience.
I will
giving
say
them as much reps.
I will say this: the thing that kind of goes overlooked when you decide, hey, I'm going to trot these guys out and rest these guys, especially the offensive line. You're now putting Kyron Williams in harm's way. You're now putting a Stafford in harm's way. You know, guys like that. You're putting Carson Wentz. You're putting your backup in harm's way. So you got to be careful because, you know, Rob Havenstein at right tackle, I feel good. But, you know, when you have, you know, say it's Warren McClendon, who I'm a big fan of long term, is not ready for that right now, in my opinion. If he's just giving up sack after sack, it just takes that one hit. And now all of a sudden your backup quarterback going into the playoffs is out. And now what are you going to do? I don't even know that's the thing that why I'm kind of like, I understand, you know, Stafford goes down. That's a huge deal, but it's so, you know, it's so concerning that really, if any of those quarterbacks go down, they don't have another one to go back to. I mean, the only, like, if they, I'll be honest with you, if Wentz went down and say Stafford went down, first off, the emergency quarterback would be Tutu Atwell or Cooper Kupp. Secondly, I'm not kidding you, the Rams would call Tom Brady. Tom Brady would be the starting quarterback in the playoffs if he was willing to come out of retirement. That's what would happen, because they would literally have no other option. And they'd be like, we'll pay you whatever. That's what would happen. Right. Tom Brady would be back and he'd be a Rams quarterback if Stafford and Carson went down. The problem that people, you know, seem to not realize is that if Stafford were to go down, you know, in this game, now they're down to one quarterback. So regardless, playing either of these guys would be a problem, because, you know, you're still risking it. But football's always a risk. I mean, some people would say you're really going to play, you know, Matthew Stafford in a game against the Giants. You know, I
mean, yeah, because that game, if we win it,
exactly,
gives us a way more likely shot of clinching playoffs.
Exactly. So with this, it's like you still could go down to the 7th seed. You're in the dance, but like it's not as, you know, cut and dry in my opinion. And I feel like the problem I have is that, okay, say they don't start Stafford. Well, if Carson Wentz were to go down, now Stafford's playing regardless. And if Carson Wentz goes down, now they have to go find a backup quarterback going into the postseason that doesn't know the offense, unless you want to take Brett Rippon back off the Jets practice squad, or you want to go and sign Dresser Wynn, or you want to beg Stetson Bennett to come back. Because, I mean, those are your options. They don't really have options. Tom Brady, I don't know if Tom Brady would come back.
I don't think so either.
I think he would consider it. I think he would consider it.
I think he also has a minority stake in the Raiders, if I'm not mistaken.
He would have to sell it. But I mean,
which I don't think he would.
You know, stranger things have happened. I think if it came down to it, I think he'd at least consider it. But I mean, there's not really a lot of quarterbacks out there. Maybe you call Matt Ryan, Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, one of them, and you're just like, all right, we got all these pieces. We're a potential Super Bowl contender, and I think that's the thing. That's the big sell. But it's scary to think about because everyone's just so fine assuming that, okay, like say, Carson Wentz goes down. Now Stafford comes in. I think that's the part people don't realize is that he goes down in this game and Matthew Stafford has to come in and they don't have a backup that knows the offense in the postseason. And that's where you start to get silly. And people will say there's no way, but people would have said there's no way Eric Weddle was coming out of retirement. He had been retired for 2 years, 3 almost. So, I think that is kind of my thought process on that.
See, for me, it's like it more or less depends on what San Francisco wants to do, right? If San Francisco, they've already are benching CMC, but that's mainly due to his calf injury, and they want to give him as much time to recover as possible. If they, let's say, bench like a Brock Purdy, then I could see us benching Matthew Stafford because it would be Sam Darnold then starting against.
It's not even just to win the game, though. Like we saw in 2017 what happened when they just, were like, all right, we're going to sit everybody. They came out kind of soft. And
I kind of view that as a different situation, though, mainly because Jared Goff at that point was only a second-year quarterback. He was really young still. Sean McVay was a second-year head coach. First-year head coach. So Sean McVay has a lot more experience. Matthew Stafford has a lot of experience. That's how I like to view it, as these guys have a lot more experience now. Sean McVay knows how to win in the postseason. Matthew Stafford knows how to win in the postseason. Compared to Goff, who...
Yeah, it's more so like, I guess, a mental thing, keeping your body, in the... kind of in that rhythm, right? And I think the thing that, like, I would say is 2017... it's like, it's kind of similar. Like, so here's the thing. Like, the 49ers are sitting the starters, all likelihood, and they have the 1 seed locked up. Okay, I get that. I'm still not a huge fan of it if I'm a Niner fan because they're not going to be playing football next week. That's 2 weeks, So I think I'd want to get them some burn in this game, keep them still, in the flux, because I'll say this. I think the Rams looked a little bit off yesterday. The Giants did a lot, but I also think people are underrating. They kind of came off a 10-day thing of not playing games after playing 2 games in 5 days. Now, the mini bye, I think, is going to be good in the long run, but that immediate game afterwards, they probably felt a little rusty. And the Rams had they were in the wild card week, in 2017 when they sat all their starters. So I think Sean McVay is going to draw a little bit from that. I think my prediction is the most important guys are going to play the first half and sit. And I think we're going to see a lot more of the younger guys. This is a game where if Trey Tomlinson is healthy, he's probably going to start the second half. This is a game where
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, this is a game where Jason Taylor has a chance to come in. This is a game where Ronnie Rivers would probably start the second half, get more burn there. Maybe even Zach Evans, Davis Allen, guys like that, I would think. But football's dangerous, so you can get hurt on any play. I mean, we saw Aaron Rodgers get hurt on the second play of the season. So,
jeez, that was just devastating for him because like we can have this what if scenario of like what if Aaron Rodgers never got injured this season, and the Jets most likely are in the playoff picture.
Yeah,
because of how well their defense has been playing. Like, that's one thing. Like, I know some people wanted Robert Saleh fired and all that, but but their quarterback, they traded everything for essentially. Got hurt on the second play of the game.
Exactly.
In his first game. I always had that belief of they'll give Saleh one more year because of that injury. And yet though they still went 7-9, I think, right? 7-9? Is that the record? I think it is.
I think so. Yeah. They. Oh no. They're 6-9. They can go 6-9. Well, 6-10. So they could go 7-10 at the end of the season if they beat the Patriots. Okay, but anyway,
I think they can.
But anyway, though, yeah, I'm of the belief they're probably going to go with playing their starters in the first half, sitting them in the second half.
All right. Yeah, I could see that as well. But again, like, it is, no matter what you do, it's always a risk.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the sport.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of the same thing as, like, people like with load management in the NBA. I mean, I guess anybody at any given time is susceptible to getting hurt, So it's like, are they just not going to play the regular season?
Right.
So, but yeah, Falco, before I let you go, so do you think the Rams beat the 49ers this weekend?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so before they took off before we knew Christian McCaffrey was out. So
yeah, especially now that with McCaffrey being out, that gives us a really good chance of just beating the Niners, going 10-7, clinching that 6th seed. Most likely facing Detroit in the first round.
Yeah.
Because like, doesn't Detroit have the 3rd seed locked up already? Pretty much? Because
yeah, they can't go any lower. They can go higher. If the Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys lose, Detroit wins, they could take the 2 seed.
But how likely is it that both Philly and Dallas lose?
I mean, I think it's unlikely. I think the most likely team losing, even though you could say the Lions are playing a better team than the Vikings record-wise, I would say the idea of the Giants, after the way they played against the Rams, beating the Eagles, being hyped for that game, wanting to just get one last shot in on their division rival, and they get to play at home. I would have to imagine the Giants could win that
is
game.
An upset. That's a likely upset.
Yeah. I at least that's how I see it, but
yeah, true.
All right. Well, yeah. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you too, Jake.
And I'm glad I was able to do this. Like I said, I felt so bad about last night, but I was like, you know what? We'll just do something a little bit different. I'm glad we're doing it.
Yeah, me too.
All right. You take care. We'll talk next week.
Yep, next week. I'll talk to you then.
All right. Take care, man.
You too, Jake.
All right, guys. So I had some super chats come through while I was doing that. So Oliver, thank you so much for the donation there. Alpers Cat, thank you for the 2. I want to see a full game from Tomlinson at quarterback. If he's healthy, I think you see him for half a game at cornerback. Dan, thank you so much for the 5. 6 or 7, doesn't matter. Let players hit any quota they might have, and then bench them. Force feed Puka first quarter, then bench him. Play with most backups. Not against it. I think it's a first half deal. That's kind of how I see it. Yeah, I could put up a poll. What do you want me to? Let's start a poll. Okay. What seed will the Rams end up with? Okay. We got 6th and 7th. All right, there's the poll. Rams like polls. Kind of a weird comment. No judgment, just a little weird. Okay. All right. Man, that Maher video is doing well. Got 8,000 views. They're halfway to 23,000 subscribers. Nussbringer Bube. Thank you so much for donating. Appreciate it. Sixth. So a lot of people think they're going to beat the 49ers or whatever's going to work out for them. So sixth, 84%. Seventh is 15%. Okay, now it's 16. Now it's going back and forth. I kind of would like to see Brady as a Ram, but only if that happened, I'd be all for it. Brady would have to sell his team minority shares, and yeah, I think he could get it done. But like I said, this is an emergency situation. You know, you're just throwing caution to the wind. He has a chance to come back. He didn't have to play all season. He has a chance to come back and win his 8th Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl with 3 different teams. That'd be like LeBron James, the way he won 3 different championships with the Heat, the Lakers, and the Cavs. So don't rule it out. I'll just say that if there's a way that they can get by all the different, intricacies, I wouldn't rule it out. But again, let's hope that never happens. Let's hope that never happens, because I'll tell you right now, if that ever happens, that means that Stafford's out. That means Wentz is out. I'm just saying, if that were to happen, don't be surprised if the drastic things come about. Exotic, what's up? How we doing? All right. You'd hate Brady winning another Super Bowl even if it's for the Rams? I definitely wouldn't turn away another Super Bowl. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I mean, I'd give those touches to Ronnie Rivers. Get him going. A-Dog, appreciate you. Salute, Jake. You always write about the Rams, about who they're going to sign. Just let us find out. Been talking to McVay this whole time. No, I've actually never spoken to McVay, unfortunately. Bummer. I would love to, but... Oh, my God. Can you imagine if Brady won it for the Rams? I'm not going to talk about that any longer because I don't want to piss people off. I know a lot of people don't like Tom Brady, so... I don't want to see Stafford go down either. I'm one of the biggest Stafford fans out there. I'm just saying, if they it's important to keep it all into perspective. It's not as simple and foolproof as you think if Carson Wentz plays and Stafford doesn't, right? And I'm not even sure. I wouldn't be surprised if all their starters play the full game, but I think most likely we're going to see half the game for the starters. Then the second half we'll see other guys. They're still going to try to win the football game. That's the thing. They still want to win 10 games. That's still a big deal. So that's what I'll say there. Anyway, let's bring Darth on. After that, we'll bring Jack on and we'll keep it going. Darth, how's it going?
Going good. How are you, Jake?
I'm good. Appreciate you waiting. Obviously, what a crazy day yesterday.
Oh man.
It was pretty nuts.
Oh my goodness. It took me a while to recover from that.
Oh yeah. Imagine being at the game, man.
Hey. I mean, you were at the Giants game. Hey, I was at the Ravens game, so.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, that was a game to be at. You saw a lot better offensive flow than what I saw, but can't complain.
No. Oh goodness.
So, I guess I'll start off by asking you, how do you see it playing out? Do the Rams sit their starters? Do they play their starters for half? How do you see the thought process? Where do you see that going?
I think I like the idea of of playing them for half because I don't want them to play like the entire game. I would like to see them get a little bit, like keep them fresh, but not but don't play them for the entire game to like risk as much injury.
No, I agree with that. I think that's fair.
Because I mean, I understand we could move down to like the 7 spot, but I just would rather see them help like in the playoff instead of getting hurt and all of a sudden we're in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got to be cognizant of the fact, like, if you do play your starters and they get hurt, I mean, yeah, like McVay even said it. The fact is, they're still trying to win the game, but they are very much focused on the playoff game as well. They're trying to make sure these guys, can be ready to go in the playoff game and do everything that's in the team's best interest. So, I think that's something I'll say there. But let's talk about the game for a little bit. What did you think about the Giants game? Any big takeaways, anything like that?
I thought, I mean, I know it was definitely by far the worst game that the Rams had played since Kyron Williams came back. It definitely, I mean, Kyron Williams was great, but I mean, it definitely seemed like he had to work really hard on some of his runs. Like, I feel like the Giants did a pretty good job of like containing him for the most part, but a couple of big runs. But I mean, Stafford missed a couple like throws, but I mean, and then a lot of like the turnovers. But I mean, I definitely think that this team could have won bigger. But I mean, I really like the battle testing that this team has like shown. Like even at one of their worst games, they still found a way to win on the road. This team is very impressive, and man, just watch out how dangerous this team can be. Like you cannot sleep on this team, and they're gonna burn you.
Yeah. No, I mean, let's go back to what you just said. Like, it was probably the worst game since Kyron Williams has been back, right? They scored 4 touchdowns in that game. So, like, just think about that. I mean, their worst game since Kyron Williams has been back is scoring 4 touchdowns. That's pretty damn good, I would say. I don't think we can really complain too much about, a 4 touchdown performance. And, I'm pretty happy about the kicker being there because I actually liked Maher. I don't think he was the best, but, I would have preferred them going with Matt Gay and just signing him. But that's not our reality. This is the reality in which, Brett Maher was the guy that decided. So I liked him. I think it was a emotionally driven decision, knee-jerk reaction to cut him. Excuse me. He went 3 of 7 from 50 plus, only missed 2 field goals inside of 49. This is an offense that I see when they stall, they're stalling more, with the likes of just being around that, inside the 49 range instead of 50 plus. They're not going to force him to kick as many field goals, 50 plus. So I actually like this fit a lot because of where the Rams currently are. But where are you on Brett Maher back as the Rams kicker?
I was on the boat where I felt like we shouldn't have cut him in the first place. Like even after the Steelers game, I understand. Yes, it was by far his worst game, but I felt like it was one of those the Rams like hit the panic button where I felt like I would have kept him going, especially with like what kicker we signed. If we signed like a Robbie Gold, then it's like okay, I would have been fine with it, but we didn't, and so it just made me question the move. And it's I understand Maher still has his issues, but I was like going into where if we kept Haversick as our kicker, I could have seen this team get either not making it to the playoffs or getting eliminated in a playoff game due to one of his missed kicks.
That's how I feel. That's 100%
Because like
how I
how
feel.
many? Because I mean, how many? Wasn't because like during the Rams, Super Bowl run, the year that they won the Super Bowl, like I think in the divisional round, like I think there was like 3 games that ended in like game-winning field goals. So it's like
Yeah.
kicker's important. It's like you're going against really good teams, so it's like it's going to be close. They're going to be getting your best, so you need to have you need to feel confident in your kicker to be able to come down to that.
You know, it's funny you say that because I think it's kind of why I feel so good about this team and why I think they can win a Super Bowl. Last year's offense towards the end of the year became more of a power run offense. You look at the way they just leaned on Sony Michel to run with power. And I feel like with those games, I mean, the Cardinal game was a drubbing, but after that, the Rams didn't score a ton of points. Obviously, I know they had 27 against the Bucks, but 20, I believe, or 23 against the 49ers and 23 against the Bengals. It's like you think about it, and they did settle for field goals a lot. You had some explosives, but I feel like this team's more balanced. And the thing this team has that, you could say the previous team did not have, the team that won the Super Bowl, is that they did not have balance and they did not have a great running back. Henderson was dealing with all sorts of issues, came back in the Super Bowl with a high ankle. Sony Michel kind of fell off as soon as the playoffs hit. Cam Akers, with the fumbles. So now you have a Kyron Williams, who's the best running back you've had since Todd Gurley. You have a lot of room there where, okay, the pass isn't working, they're taking it away. You can run with Kyron. You can make things happen with Kyron. And so, I think that's something that I'm kind of looking at is maybe, field goals mattered a ton in that Super Bowl run, but maybe they don't matter as much this year because a lot of those, the margin for error, having a running back that can do what he does, it's going to make things easier on Stafford. And when the playoffs come, you have all this experience and everything. If Kyron can be Kyron, they're going to be a hard out. They're going to be a very, very, very tough out. And, he's one of the best offensive players, regardless of position in the game right now. And that's just the truth. And it's going to be interesting for sure. But I guess my last thing, do you think the Rams beat the 49ers?
I think that they can. It just, it could be interesting. I mean, who knows, like, what the Niners are planning to, like, do and, like, what the Rams are planning to do, because, it could just be backups against backups, or it could be, both teams do the same thing where they have the starters in, like, the first half, and then it's backups, so it could just be a very weird type of game. So it's really hard to... I feel like it could be, like, one of those hard games to game plan, where you have your main starters go, and then you have your backups, so who knows what the outcome could be.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, man, appreciate you waiting it out, and I'll talk to you next week, Darth.
Yeah, I appreciate you of what you do, man. I don't know how you do it, man, but but just keep at it, man, and it's been so fun to get to talk to you, man. It's just so much fun. I look forward to it each week whenever I'm able to get to talk to you. It's been so much fun, and I'm looking forward to continuing to talk to you even throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. Really appreciate the support. I'm glad you enjoy it. This is a new addition to JE Live that we started, at the beginning of 2023. And I'm glad we did. I think it's gone really well, a lot of fun, consistent. And we plan on doing this just as much as we did last year. We'll do it in 2024, just as much. So, appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. Take it easy.
All right. See ya.
There, Darth. Okay. Sorry, Charisse Armistead. Is that a Rams fan? I don't know if that's a Rams fan or not. I think Charisse was just trolling or whatever. Charisse, however you say the name. But I see the trolling and look, like, you want to be a fan of another team, totally fine. But if you're just gonna openly bash on the team that this channel covers 24/7, we're trying to build a positive community here, not toxic. I'm not going to stand for it. So yeah, I decided to give Charisse the boot. I timed Charisse out. I didn't, whatever. The Crayon Munchers found the stream. I kept 49ers out of the title and they're still showing up here. Funny how that works. Who lives in whose head? What was that again? Yeah, I probably should have, but oh well. Oh, I did? Okay, never mind. Yeah, Crayon Munchers everywhere. What's up, Chach? How you doing? My guy, Alan Sales, I see you. Appreciate you. I'm going to make you a mod so you stand out, like the name. There we go. Just gave you a mod, Alan. Michael, I don't know if you're still in here. Great talking to you yesterday. Anyone I came across yesterday, really appreciate really appreciate you flagging me down. Guys, I still haven't quite gotten over the idea that I'm just some kid in upstate New York who's been a diehard Rams fan my whole life. I started this whole venture back in 2016 with just writing articles, and then it became a podcast. Then it became a bunch of interviews on said podcast. Then it became in 2020, at the end of 2020, now we're talking about a full-fledged YouTube channel. And then after that, now we're talking about me being a borderline celebrity. And look, I'm not trying to say I am when I'm not. What I'm saying is that yesterday made me feel like some sort of celebrity that I've never really felt. I've never looked at myself in that way. And just to have so many people flag me down at MetLife, like I had, I don't know if I should say this. I'm going to anyway. Sorry, whoever this was. I don't remember your name. It was very quick. I don't even think you told me your name. You just gave me a hug. Sorry, again, I don't know. One of the Giants band guys. Did you guys see the Giants play in the band? Anyone? Did you guys see that on TV? Did they show that in the broadcast? The band, the Giants band, playing the drums. Like the marching band or whatever. Anyone see that? One of the Giants band guys gave me a hug and is a Rams fan, says he loves me and watches all my videos and wanted to meet up with me after the game. Oh my God. That is so funny. No band on the broadcast. Okay, KMG knows what I'm talking about. So yeah, I'm walking across the street going to MetLife. Or actually, I was going to the Lot K just to try to meet up with somebody. And one of the Giants band guys, in full decked out in Giants gear, has the drum, the sticks and everything. Yeah, he's got the drum, and he comes over, he gives me a hug, and he's like, "Man, Jake, I'm such a huge fan. Like, let's try to meet up after the game." And it's so funny because I'm wearing Rams gear, he's decked out in Giants gear. All of his bandmates are looking at him like, "What are you doing?" That was cool. But yeah, then other people like, "Oh my God, you're always on my TV," or "Can I please get a picture with you?" Like, yeah, man, I'll take a picture with anybody. Like, that's really cool. I just, it was, the drum line. It was really funny to see that. And then I had people waiting, a little, okay. But I had people waiting in my section, where I was located at MetLife, and that was fun. Girl comes up to me, is like, "My dad always watches your show. Can I get a selfie?" I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely." It was really cool. It was an experience that I still haven't quite gotten used to, because last time I was there, I got recognized by one guy. I'll never forget it. I was at MetLife in 2021. I get recognized by one person. The guy comes over, he said, "So I'm not a big fan of your takes, but my son is a huge fan of yours. Can he get a picture with you?" And I was just like, Thanks. Yeah. It's kind of weird, to start off hey, can I get a photo op? But I'm also going to say I don't like your takes, but my son loves you. So that is definitely don't go approach people like that. It's a little weird. But hey, I did anyway. I'm sure that son is somewhere in this live stream. If not, they were yesterday or whatever. So I'm not going to make too big of a deal about it. But I always found that funny. But the point is, that's where I was in 2021. And now here we are, end of 2023. And I have people asking me for photos. And this one dude, really nice guy, was waiting at a concession stand and was like, oh man, I was looking for Tutu Atwell's jersey everywhere and the yellow hat. And I just kept looking. I was looking all over for you and I found you. It's like, can I get a picture with you? Myself and my kid. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Another guy comes over and he's just like, oh man, you make my days, man. Just watching your content, like it just puts a smile on my face. If I'm having a bad day, I'm just like, I'm just gonna watch Jake. Can I get a picture? And I was like, yeah. So it's like, man, it's cool, man. It really is. And it's something I got to get used to. It's also more reason why I need to go to LA. I need to go to a SoFi Stadium game because I'm sure it's probably crazy. If I were to go to SoFi Stadium, I'm sure I'd get mobbed. That's not why I do it, though. I got to go to SoFi anyway. But I do want to see a lot of you, and I know a lot of you are located in LA. So that's one of my goals for 2024. If you've been following my social media, one of my goals is to learn golf. Another goal is to, I don't know how realistic this is, but screw it. I'm going to say it. Another goal is to get to 50K subscribers by the end of 2024. And another goal, I want to meet up with Steffi Smalls. We've talked about that. We got to meet up. And another goal is to go to SoFi and meet you guys. So I went to the Coliseum 3 straight years. COVID happened. I haven't been to LA since. I know it's a completely different state of it, as it was before. But yeah, I'd love to go to SoFi. I'd love to meet you guys. That's the goal. I want to go there. And I'll let you guys know if I do end up going. Well, I'll go. I'll go to at least one game. We'll make it happen. What I'm going to try to do ahead of time is I'm going to try to stay a few nights. So what I would do, I have a seat for you and your dad, Jake, next season. Appreciate it, Alan. I might take you up on that offer. What I want to do, Alan's been trying to get me to go out there for 2 years now. So gracious of Alan. I will go out there. What I'd like to do is I'd like to go with my dad. I'd like to go with Alexis. I'd like to go with Cam. But one thing that would be cool is that if I go out there early, get in touch with somebody and see if I could do a live JE Live or live Downtown Rams, a live show with Alexis and Cam, something like that. I'd love to do a live show. I don't know who I have to talk to. I don't know what location would be the best. I know Tom's, oh God, I can't remember the name. Tom's Watch Bar, I think it is. Tom's has sponsored me before, so I would like to go there if they were interested, but other places as well. If you guys know anywhere, like let me know. But I would love to do like a live podcast and then, meet people afterwards and do that. That's kind of where Tom's Watch Bar. They've sponsored me a few times. I'd like to do that. I'd like to do something like that. We'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, I don't plan on just going to SoFi and then leaving. I want to make it an event if I'm going to go back to LA. So yeah. Yeah, JE Live, LA Live. Tom's Bar is a Niner bar. Oh, that's depressing. So, Alan, do you know any Rams bars? Anyway, I would have to reach out, schedule it, get it all figured out and everything. Would be really cool. We'll see if we can make it happen. Isaac. So yeah, we'll try to make it happen live. I think a live podcast would be really cool. I've always wanted to do one. I would love to do one next year. The Jets are playing the Rams in MetLife next year, and I would love to be able to find a spot where I could do a live show with the Jets, specifically JetCast. My guys over there, especially my guy Ray and Paul, and I think that would be cool. But we'll see what ends up happening. I'm always on the lookout to try to level up and make my, I don't know, just make my job is to, what is this right now? Right? Like, this is entertainment. Like, my job is to entertain. And if I could start doing like tours and stuff and, doing, live podcasts and live hangouts, like anything like that down the road, I'd love to. So we'll see what happens. It's a little different. I know I'm not a touring artist. I'm not a comedian. I'm not in a band, but the next best thing, if you're a podcaster, you're, doing live shows on location. So I'd like to do that. So we'll see what ends up happening, but maybe setting up at a Booster Club tailgate. Yeah, Alan, could do something like that, but yeah, no, I ain't repeating that. So yeah, okay, let's all right, let's bring on Jack, and then after that, we'll bring on Jake Morrow, and then Uptown. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Jack, what's up?
Yo,
how's your throat?
We're going there already, aren't we? Yeah. It's healing because I was at a Kings game a couple days ago and they scored twice in 13 seconds. So it's a good day when that kind of thing happens and you're just like screaming at the game. So, yeah, I'm in a pretty good mood. It's Victory Monday, obviously. Still, it's Victory Monday on the East Coast. So yeah, I guess you can still say that's true. I wish I had the kind of energy Scoot did right now because I'm excited. I'm living for seeing all these doubters being proved wrong. Everybody's saying that the Rams were in a rebuild year and that they were devoid of talent. That was probably my favorite clip. People just forget that like the three big pieces on the team alone can't wreck a game. Like Matthew Stafford, we call him the soul snatcher for a reason. Aaron Donald, he might be the best, not might be, he is the best defensive player alive. I don't think it's a debate, although
yeah.
I mean, if we're not careful, Kobe Turner might come up and take his place soon in the future. So,
yeah,
hopefully that's
he's
the case at
well.
the very least.
Yeah,
he is.
That would be a little shocking if he ended up being that good, but he's really good right now. All right, settle the debate. We got starters, sitters. Sit, start. What are we doing right now? With like on your side, do you want the Rams? Well, first off, what do you want them to do? What do you think they're going to do? Start, sit? How do you see it going?
That's a tough question. I want them to basically exactly like what you said. I was thinking the best thing for them to do is to split it in halves. So like play your starters in the first half, kind of run up the score a little bit. I thought the Niners, there was a chance they might play starters. But hearing that CMC is going to be out, they might just say, all right, screw it. Let's just rest everybody because we know we have the 1 seed. But, like you mentioned, the Rams still have something to play for. They don't want to fall to the 7 seed and have to play a team like Dallas in the first round, especially with Dallas undefeated at home. I don't know how the hell that's still standing, by the way. But that's a different rabbit hole.
Yeah.
What I think they're going to do, I think they might just rest starters anyway. I don't know. I feel like Sean McVay doesn't want to like. I don't know. It's strange. I'm not going to question whatever he decides to do because either way, I think that there's there's pros and cons to both sides really. But I think that Sean might just take it a little bit easy, knowing that you don't want. I think Falco said it earlier. It's a risk no matter what you do, but you don't want a guy like Stafford or Kupp getting hurt going into the postseason. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely see. Before I ask you another question, I have to answer. What was it? Abe T has asked me incessantly, and I just keep I keep meaning to say, and I keep forgetting to respond because I started off the show with it. Jake, what you sipping on? All caps. Squint's Sour Ale by Frog Alley Brewing Co. in Schenectady, New York. It's brewed with cherry and blueberry juice, and it is so good. I'm a big sour ale fan. And what you'll find is that I don't give a flying you-know-what about the whole, the negative connotation behind, oh, dude that drinks sour ales isn't a man or whatever. It's like, bro, you're drinking water. That beer is 96% water. Miss me with that. Okay, Jack. Anyway.
Glad you got that out of your system.
Yeah, no, that's good Lord. Anyway, what were your thoughts on the Giants game?
That was a mess. Glad we won that game. That's one of those things where I always say that the NFL is a win at all costs league. When you're a team like the Rams who have the capability to get into the playoffs,
yeah.
when you're trying to make that playoff push, especially like we started 3-6. And I remember I kept coming onto your show and saying, this team is going to win all these games. I literally said they were going to win every game except Baltimore and maybe San Francisco. And they might beat San Francisco now. We'll see how that one goes. But yeah, I pretty happy to be vindicated there. I have to give myself a little bit of credit every now and then. But yeah, that Giants game, I'm just glad that he missed, honestly. I really thought that I was mad because I thought one of our guys got held on that long run by Tyrod Taylor.
I did kind of see that, yeah.
I don't even know I don't remember who it was. I think it was Michael Hoyt or somebody got grabbed around the waist.
Jonah Williams, I think it might have been.
Okay. Yeah. I just remember seeing somebody get held around the waist and I was like, they have to call that, right? And they just didn't call that. And I'm like, it's pretty much over at this point. Like, I don't know if Mason Crosby is going to hit this. He probably is. I think something that isn't really being talked about enough is that on the second down following that was Ernest Jones making a tackle on Saquon in the backfield for a loss. And the next pass was incomplete. That kind of knocked them past like where Fox puts that green line on the TV and says, this is where field goal range is. It kind of knocked them out of that. And it was like, what was it, a 54, 53 yard? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. The kick was terrible. Yeah, Mason Crosby, that was not a good kick at all. So I think the moment, though, this has nothing to do with the kick. I think the moment where the game was lost for the Giants was the failed 2-point conversion. I don't think Tyrod Taylor ever got over just throwing a brick to Saquon on that he could not have been any more wide open, and he just throws the ball right at the ground. Like, that was terrible. And I think you could see in his reaction too, he was defeated. He felt like, oh my God, I had the lead. That was the lead of the game right there. He was wide open. Nobody was going to catch him if he caught that and walked into the end zone. And he just dropped it. And he just sat there like with his hands on his knees like, oh God, what did I just do? And I don't know if he ever really got over that. He did have the long run later, but still, I feel like that was the moment where the Giants were just like, it's really, no matter how much the Rams are struggling, it's really like we're not gonna, I don't know how to word this, but you kind of get where I'm going with this. We're not gonna like get back into like, we're not gonna have much of a chance to get back into the lead, are we? And the Giants defense stepped up, credit where it's due. I don't know how Wink Martindale always seems to have the best of Matt Stafford these last couple of games, and the Rams still managed to win by 1 point. So the football gods, they taketh and they giveth away, or whatever it is, however that goes. They giveth and they taketh away.
Yeah, it's true. It's definitely true. Now I guess so. We talked about those two things. Let's. I'll bring up the defensive rookie of the year. Do you think it is Kobe Turner?
Ooh, it should be. It should be. I think Jalen Carter I think is up for debate. I don't even know who else is being talked about right now, but it should be Kobe Turner. And it's just like it's another case of like nobody saw this guy coming. Nobody saw any of these rookies coming for the Rams or these young players. Like, that's just what makes this even more satisfying. Is like, again, I go back to like everybody saying like this team is devoid of talent, and
so
they're just not. Like these guys, there's so many people that are big pieces of this team that have never played a snap in the NFL, and you're just going to go right out there and say no talent. I'm not even kidding. Half of those people that claim to be analysts never should say a word. They should all delete their Twitter accounts.
It's funny. I actually was just going through this ESPN article, and they have the NFL All-Pro Team 2023. Best players at every position. There's not one Ram on here. Not one.
I mean, come on.
So
no one's paying attention to how Stafford's been playing. No one's paying attention to like how it feels like nobody enough has been paying attention to how Kobe Turner's playing.
So quarterback is Lamar Jackson. Second team is Brock Purdy. The running back is Christian McCaffrey. The second team is Raheem Mostert. Tyreek Hill is the wide receiver 1. Puka Nacua, is the second team.
There you go. There's one.
I don't know how it's Puka Nacua, not Kyron Williams, but okay. CeeDee Lamb is wide receiver. Second team is Brandon Ayuk. A.J. Brown, second team is Mike Evans. George Kittle, second team is Sam Laporta. Trent Williams, second team is Tyron Smith. Lane Johnson, second team is Brian O'Neill. Joe Thuney, second team is Landon Dickerson. Zach Martin, second team is Shaq Mason. Center, Jason Kelsey, second team is Frank Ragnow. Edge rusher, TJ Watt, second team is Myles Garrett. Edge rusher, Micah Parsons, second team is Max Crosby. I think Myles Garrett I would put over TJ Watt right now, but that's just me. Now listen to this. The defensive tackle, Justin Madubuike, second team, Quinn Williams. Defensive tackle, Chris Jones. Second team, Dexter Lawrence. Aaron Donald is not even listed as a top 4 defensive tackle. So
barf, puke, whatever gross analogy you want me to use there.
So here's what I'm going to say, okay? PFF grades Aaron Donald as the second best tackle according to their grades. I don't really care too much about their grades. Aaron Donald, by the way, has played the 4th most snaps behind only Jonathan Allen, Derek Brown, and Daron Payne. Aaron Donald has 84 pressures. The next guy has 67, Chris Jones. The next guy, Quinn Williams, has 64. Justin Madubuike, 62. These guys are ahead of Aaron Donald. Okay? Quinn Williams is ahead of Aaron Donald and doesn't even have as many sacks as Donald, who has, he's down on sacks this year. Missed tackles, Donald has 4 missed tackles. Jones has 6. Quinnen has 8. Madubuike has 4. Defensive stops, Donald has 31. Chris Jones has 20. Quinn Williams has 40. Justin Madubuike has 37. Okay. 31 tackles for Aaron Donald, 10 for Chris Jones, 42 for Quinn Williams, and Justin Madubuike is 33. I just don't get it. Like, what are you actually going on here? By the way, those guys have way more penalties than Donald. Donald has 2, only 1 was actually accepted. Jones has 4, Quinn Williams has 5, Madubuike has 4. I just don't know. There's not really statistics that back up that either of those guys should be ahead of Aaron Donald. I think this is just trying to have parity. But anyway, Fred Warner with Quincy Williams being the second team. Roquan Smith with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah as the second team. L'Jarius Sneed with Jalen Johnson as the second team. Denzel Ward with Sauce Gardner as the second team. Dayron Bland with Taron Johnson as the second team. Kyle Hamilton with Antoine Winfield Jr. as the second team. And then Jesse Bates with Justin Simmons as the second team. And then, kicker and punter. So, I mean, I got to be honest, like, Aaron Donald not being there is insanity to me. Like, I just don't even understand how, like, you're just trying at this point to, like, orchestrate it as such, because it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous at this point.
He is down on sacks this year. He's not having as many as we would like normally expect out of Aaron Donald, and he's still like causing teams to like change their defensive schemes around us because like he's getting double triple teamed every play because they know if they single team him they're screwed. Like their quarterback is just in trouble. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. That's Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
Like
no, absolutely.
when he is still making that big of an impact, even if not all the numbers are as high as you would expect, they're still there. Like he has all those pressures. He has only 4 missed tackles all season. That's ridiculous. I mean, I don't know what else to say that hasn't already been said about Aaron Donald. I think he's just like, we as Rams fans need to realize like we are witnessing like generational talent on the defensive line, and we might never see that again.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'm definitely with you there. But Jack, appreciate you, guy. I will. I don't know when I'll be streaming. I'll be honest with you, but we are getting to that point where it is almost kick season. So
we're closer. We're a week closer. I know that we got playoffs coming up, so I'm honestly more focused on that anyway. So
yeah, playoffs and of course the draft, but still, Gary and I will be starting our show, and we'll also have those kick streams. So
yeah,
looking
kick
forward
season's
to that.
nearing.
But Jack, appreciate you, and I'll catch you on the flip.
I'll see you later.
Later, man. Jake, how's it going? You're on mute, by the way, just in case you didn't know. In the meantime, Josh, appreciate the 2. Oh, what's up?
Hi, Jake. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Fantastic. Well, the first thing I want to say to you, man, is it really floors me how you don't recognize, at least in my opinion, like how much a celebrity you deserve to be in the Rams community. I think like you are one of the hardest working people that has come up very quickly. And when I was looking at
Appreciate
your
that, man.
When I was looking at your subscriber numbers and your analytics, I honestly, and I mean this as a compliment, I honestly was surprised, like, meaning that I expected them to be a lot higher. Just for the amount of, like, poise and accuracy that you have, and, like, I know that you take a lot of heat online for, like, being a homer or whatever, but you've had the most accurate sort of take on this Rams team all season, and I think that you definitely deserved yesterday, and like to be able to soak that in a little bit, that's incredible. I'm really happy for you. But the second thing I wanted to say
Thank
was,
you, Jake.
No problem. The second thing I wanted to say was like, when is Les Snead gonna get his apology from the NFL media that was like just kind of all over him for the F them picks mentality?
Yeah, I know. When is that going to happen, by the way? I'm waiting for that.
I honestly, I don't understand how that hasn't happened. I think, like, also kudos need to go out to the, like, Rams scouting department because, like, you were just talking about, like, the all-pro numbers and all of that, and I think the only thing that the Rams don't have working for them is, like, name recognition.
Yeah. Although they're getting bigger in social, and I'll say this, that was a big turnout yesterday with the Giants. I think this fan base is starting to really grow. Yeah,
it was really cool to hear. Like, was it a Cooper chant that we heard, or was it a Puka chant? I think I heard a couple of them on the broadcast. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's funny because people were trying to tell me on Twitter that they were booing, and I was there, and I could tell you they were saying "Coop." Like it wasn't a boo. It really wasn't.
Yeah,
there was a lot of Rams fans.
Yeah, and I mean, I can feel your pain a little bit because I know you live in New York and I live in Seattle as a Rams fan, so it's really hard for me to get out to games, and I have a bunch of family that are Seahawks fans, and that's always fun. But like, that must have been really cool for you, and I just wanted to say that you deserve all of the hype and recognition that you're getting from this community because, man, like you're not just another talking head. Like, you actually have like analytics, and like it shows that you really pay attention to and care about this team. And I just think you're doing a great job, man.
I appreciate that, Jake. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, just I think really for me, I've tried to just create this marriage between watching film and, following, the stats and everything and analytics. And I've just wanted to like really combine them. And I'm going to change this year. I'm actually really excited because the draft, with my draft grades and all of that, this will be the first year I really incorporate more analytics into my process. I've never done that before. So it's going to be film and it's going to be a lot of analytics, and we'll see if this is an accurate, this is an accurate draft process for me, but that's my plan.
I can't wait for that. I am a former professional poker player, so statistics and like
you are now.
Yeah. So that kind of thing is right.
So you're the celebrity, not me.
No, I don't think I'd be considered a celebrity. I think like I played a lot of cash games. You get celebrity from playing tournaments in poker. So
okay.
I don't think most people would know my name if you. Were
you ever in the World Series of Poker?
Not yet. That is a dream of mine. I have to finish grad school first.
Yeah, you got to get a bracelet, man.
Absolutely, man. That's the 2025 goal, I think.
I remember back in the day, my dad was huge into poker. He'd play on Poker Stars. He'd play with like James Woods, and like other celebrities. He got shouted out, like his username, obviously not like actually him, but he got shouted out on like a talk show. It's kind of funny. But I remember used to watching poker because my dad is just such a big influence on me, and it's why I got so into the Rams and everything. And I remember like Phil Hellmuth and Phil Ivey was one of them. So I don't know why those are the two names that come to mind, but yeah, I used to watch the World Series of Poker a little bit, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I got into poker because so I'm really big into sports, but I have a physical disability. So
I gotcha.
And I come from a really athletic family, and I wasn't ever really able to compete with them on that level. So I was like, let me learn a game where I can compete at the top level, and I had a lot of fun. And I'll get back to it at some point, but I have to finish this grad school degree first.
No, that's awesome. I mean, you could probably go around in circles on me in a poker game. I mean, I wasn't very good. I never really pushed for that, but yeah, I used to watch. And I did learn the game a little bit. But yeah, that's really cool. But I guess I'll ask you, we'll start off. First question, should the Rams sit or should they start their starters against the 49ers? And what do you think they'll end up doing?
So I have no love for the 49ers, obviously, as a Rams fan, but I also used to live in the Central Valley of California. So, like, the emotional part of me really wants them to play their starters and just kick some ass. But the, like, analytical, realistic side of me really wants Matthew Stafford to be able to sit for a week and recover, because he took some big shots at the end of that game, and it was a really chippy game, and I'd rather see him sit. And I think that Puka Nacua, as much as we want to see him break the record, he's such a humble kid, and I don't think he really cares all that much. I think that I'd rather see him not puking on the sideline next week. I'd rather see him take the week off and just really enjoy that he's going to get to play playoff football in his rookie season. So.
Yeah, and then no, I definitely hear you. I mean, there's an argument to be made for both sides. That's why it's so fascinating. But I guess the second thing I'll ask you, and I'm not trying to go too far ahead, like just kind of, savor the moment and everything. Not trying to ask you like, oh, how far are they going to go in the playoffs? Like, let's just, take it a little slow. Let's enjoy. I don't feel like we're spending enough time. And I think this is what happens when you clinch a playoff berth. The previous game doesn't get talked about enough. And I just want to get your thoughts on the Rams-Giants game as a whole.
The Rams game took 5 years off of my life, Jake. But I think I think the that game really showed me, and I hope everybody else, that this Rams team has not yet played a full game of football. And as soon as they can do that, I think they are really a threat to win the whole thing. I think that everybody's sleeping on them right now, rightfully so, because they haven't been fantastic all season long. I think they've shown pieces that they can be really, really good, but I think they could make a deep run if things start to click. I think that, like, if we can avoid the big play defensively in the fourth quarter, those kind of things, I think we can really make a run of this thing. I think that this defense is so young and so talented that we could be seeing the start of really good things for a really long time. And I agree that I think Matthew Stafford could play well into his 40s if he wanted to. So this could be the restarting of a dynasty that never really stopped happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, if you look like, so good example, Rams, and actually this kind of funny when you think about this, right?
Yeah.
So 1999, they win the Super Bowl. 2000, they lose in the wild card game. So they had a down year. They had a lot of injuries, and they still made the playoffs.
Yep.
And then 2020, or sorry, not 20. I'm thinking of right now.
2001.
2001, they're back in the Super Bowl. So, you know, I guess I mean, if they're going in that order, and also, I'll read a text my friend sent me. My friend Alex sent me this like right after they clinched the playoffs. It was the LA Rams cycle. 2016 disappointing year, 2017 playoff run, 2018 Super Bowl, 2019 disappointing year, 2020 playoff run, 2021 Super Bowl, 2022 disappointing year, 2023 playoff run, 2024 question mark. So I mean we'll see what ends up happening. I think they have a shot to win it. I really do. It's not just like me hoping. It's not just wishful thinking, so to speak. But we'll see. But Jake, appreciate you for coming on.
No problem, man.
And
can I ask you one question really quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're absolutely not allowed to. No, I'm kidding.
Perfect. Just another really too far out into the future question. What do the Rams do with all of this cap space and all of these first round picks that we're probably not going to use in the draft? What do you think about an off-season plan that's way too early?
All right, I'm going to give you a quick off-season plan. You ready for this?
Okay. Yep.
So they're going to go out and they're going to get Josh Allen from the Jaguars, probably via trade, and maybe they give up their first rounder. I think they're good on that front. Then they're going to go out and get a corner. It might be L'Jarius Sneed. I think he does fit what they want to do. So I think they go out and get Sneed. I think they go out and get Allen, young guys to build around. Now, after that, I think they sign Akello, and I think they sign Dotson, and I think they call it an off season, and they go into the draft, and they're just like, all right, let's add more. And there you go.
I like that plan. Just another quick follow-up question, then I promise I'll let you go.
Yeah.
If they do sign that corner, do you think they'd have to change defensive scheme? Or do we go back to man coverage if, say, Raheem gets a head coaching job, or are we going to run the same cover 3 shell defense, do you think?
I would imagine same cover 3 shell. I think the defense coordinator would be Aubrey Pleasant. But yeah, I think L'Jarius Sneed would be in a better situation anyway with the Rams having Donald covering him up. I mean, I know he's got Chris Jones, but yeah, being in that the cover 3 shell, I think would be good for him. They do play man a little bit, so I think he'd still succeed. I mean, I trust L'Jarius Sneed no matter what, because I think he's such a great tackling corner to begin with. But he's also a ball hawk. I think that's what the Rams are looking for. Guys that can generate turnovers, can generate more possessions for the offense, and cheat the game a little bit without cheating, obviously. So I think, guys that fit that bill, as much as I love Brian Burns, absolutely love him, and I think his ceiling is astronomical, he has 2 more pressures than Michael Hoyt right now. That's just the reality of it. So Josh Allen, who's like top 5 in pressures, he would not only be amazing with Aaron Donald, but this is somebody that can cover, This is somebody that can change the game on a dime with forcing fumbles. It doesn't sound like the Jags are bringing him back, so I would expect them to tag him and then trade him. And then I think on L'Jarius Sneed front, he's a ball hawk. So now you get Josh Allen and you get, L'Jarius Sneed, guys that can force turnovers. You bring back Akello. You have Ernest Jones. You got, obviously now the emergence of Kobe Turner and Aaron Donald, and you got guys that can force the turnovers that they need. And I think that's right. Key. So that's the logic behind that.
All right, let's see the Rams make another Super Bowl run. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely.
This is really fun. You deserve all the attention that you're getting. Soak it in, man. This has been a really fun season.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Jake. I definitely will. And I'll say this: they might not be playing for a ton, but going down in that 7th seed, I mean, that is something. And also, if they win, that means I was dead on with the 10-7. So I like being right. So I hope they win.
And I think they will, because you've been right about a whole hell of a lot more than I think you should statistically account for. So I think, you predicting them to be 10-7, it gives them a little bit of an edge. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, man. But yeah, we'll have to talk next week. Definitely call in.
Sounds good, man. All right, bye.
All right, later. Okay, guys, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left here. So before we get into that, I also have some donations I have to. So Chach, Jake would come to El Paso, Texas, and visit me. Thank you so much for the 2. How close is that to the Cowboys stadium? Because to me, I've never been to Texas, so I'd have to have a reason to visit. With all due respect, Chach, I'd have to have a reason to visit. But I mean, if the Rams played the Cowboys or something, I mean, I'd be down to maybe go to a Cowboys game or something. If everything came together, Overlap 618, appreciate the 5 there. Do you think the Rams have a legit shot to make the Super Bowl, or is this just wishful thinking? I took the Rams 60-1 to win the Super Bowl. I definitely don't think it's wishful thinking. I do think they have a shot. The reason I say that is because this Rams team has the prerequisite to go to the Super Bowl. To be a Super Bowl team, you have to be in the top 10 for offenses. And I'm going to try and pull up my tweet to bring up the top 10 offenses real quick here, because it's kind of bizarre. Since 2016, every single team that has won the Super Bowl has had a top 10 offense. So it matters. So I'm trying to find it right now. Good Lord, where is it? Do top 10. Yeah, let's do this. Any chance I could find? Okay. That's not it. Wait, maybe it is. Okay, so, I mean, I thought this was fascinating. All the way back to 1999, there's never been a year in that time where all top 10 offensive scoring teams made the playoffs. The teams in jeopardy this year include Bills, Colts, Rams, and Jaguars. I posted this on the 20th. The Rams have clinched. The Colts are winning in. The Jaguars are still on the bubble there, and so are the Bills. Likely the Bills will make it. So this is a little interesting. Let's go to 2023 PFR. Got is it team offense? Yes, team offense, points for. The Rams are 8th. They're the 8th scoring offense. Okay, so currently... Wow, this is weird. Okay. Dolphins, Ravens, Cowboys, 49ers, Lions, Bills, Eagles, Rams, Browns, Colts. So, Only the Bills and Colts in the top 10 are in jeopardy of missing the playoffs. This would be the first year since 1999. Or actually, I don't even think 1999 had it. This would be the first year all 10 of the top offenses in the league made the playoffs, which would be crazy. But no, I'm trying to find the other thing, though. Let's see. We got top 10 offenses, maybe. I'm trying to find the tweet and I can't. I'm really trying because it was interesting. But anyway, it doesn't matter because the point is that one of those top 10 teams is going to win the Super Bowl based on history. And if the Packers don't get in, they're not winning the Super Bowl. They don't have a shot. Kansas City, not a top 10 offense. Jacksonville, not a top 10 offense. The Texans, the Saints, Buccaneers, Seattle, not top 10 offenses. The worst offense that still has a shot at the playoffs, the Falcons. That would be one of the worst offenses to make the playoffs. They've scored 304 points. They're 26th in the league. Actually, the Steelers, 287. Good Lord. Can you imagine 207? Steelers, 27th offensive team. They have a shot somehow. Think about that. Pretty crazy, right? So, based on this, one of the Dolphins, Ravens, Cowboys, 49ers, Lions, Bills, Eagles, Rams, Browns, and Colts will win the Super Bowl. Based on history. That's what history tells us. Yeah. So to answer your question, Overlap, yeah, they have a legit shot. It's not just wishful thinking. They legitimately can win the Super Bowl. Absolutely, Jacob. 100%. Enjoyed having you. Monty, my friend Monty, thank you so much for the 5. Jake, we in the playoff, baby. Hey, we knew it, man. We knew it. Never wavered. Appreciate it again. Jacob, thank you for the 5. Have a beverage on me, fam. Coffee, beer, whatever. Appreciate that, man. Means a lot. I appreciate all the respect, the support, and everything. It's been truly awesome. All right, let's bring on Rams fan 4655. Rams fan 4655. How's it going?
Hear me?
Yeah, I got you. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. This is my first time doing this, so if I seem quiet, just tell me.
All right, I'll just tell you you're too quiet, and then you'll have to talk. Them's the rules.
The Rams game was very intense. The ending was
just a little bit. It was pretty brutal, man. It was huge win, obviously. The thing I like about it is you're able to learn, like, be humbled in a sense, because you have the effects of what you feel about, losing a lead like that and almost going through a loss, but at the same time, like, you win the game, so you don't have to learn the hard way. So that's cool.
Next year the Rams will be a very good team next year.
Yeah, I think so too. I definitely think so too as well. Do you think they start or sit their guys next week?
Half of the game they do the starters, but the other half they do the backups.
I think that's the right approach. I agree with you. I think that's what they'll do.
That's what I would do because, like, if they don't, I don't know if they're gonna get rusty, the starters or not.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, you play next week. If they don't play this week at all, that's a lot of players that are going. And let's say, okay, so 10 days and then they played. So over 17 days, They've played 2 games, and there's only 1 game there. So, like, if Stafford were to sit out, he's only played 1 game in 17 days after playing 2 and 5. You know, I think that's asking a lot.
Yeah, because, like, I would not want to take the chance if he does or not. I really don't want to take that chance.
Yeah. I just think, the whole getting rusty and everything, I mean, that is a real thing. I guess, looking at the game, were there any takeaways from that Rams game against the Giants?
I forgot his name. Oh yeah, Puka. Puka should win Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. I mean, I think he should. I don't really think it's an argument. I mean, he's got 29 yards away. It's like 29 and 4 receptions away from breaking both the rookie receptions record and the rookie receiving record. That record, Odell Beckham Jr. didn't break it. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Randy Moss, Jerry Rice. I mean, all these great receivers, Jalen Waddle, didn't break the receiving yards record. It's been held for, over 40 years, 50 years by Bill Groman. 1960, he broke it, and no one's broken it since. So, I think if he 100%, he's going to break it, this weekend. And I mean, if he breaks it, there's no doubt in my mind he is the offensive rookie of the year. He is regardless, but I mean, look, CJ Stroud's had a good year, but he's not rookie of the year.
No, I don't really believe he's better than Puka.
No, Puka's a better receiver than he is a quarterback right now.
Yeah.
Like, that's really what it comes down to. And that's what rookie of the year should be. Not, oh, well, he plays quarterback and he's more important. He threw 1 touchdown last week,
Yeah.
He doesn't have 4,000 yards. He has a chance to get to over 4,000. That's good. 63.2 completion percentage isn't the best. It's not bad. It's not the best. 21 touchdowns, not like amazing, not bad, but not amazing. 5 interceptions is really good. A 99 passer rating is really good. There have been better quarterbacks in the past their rookie year. In my opinion, CJ Stroud deserves a lot of credit for, putting the Texans in this position and to make the playoffs. But I mean, he's not rookie of the year because Puka Nacua had way too good of a year for him to be left out. It would just be kind of a mistake. And to be honest with you, you could make an argument Jahmyr Gibbs would be number 2. CJ Stroud missed 2 games as well. So, that's something to keep in mind there. But yeah,
sure.
Those are my thoughts. But do you have any additional thoughts anything you want to say?
The only thing I really want to say is thank you for the videos and doing this too for everybody.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate your appreciation of me, and I promise I'm not going to stop anytime soon.
Have a good day, Jake.
You too. Take care.
You too. See ya.
All right, see ya. Okay, let's go with Phoenix Nash, then P Train, and okay, cool. Phoenix, how's it going? By the way,
Jake.
Oh, what's up, man?
Hey, man. First off, Happy New Year, Jake.
Happy New Year to you. How we doing?
Oh, my gosh. I don't even know where to start, man. That game was really stressful, but as I was watching it, I was like saying, I wonder how Jake is feeling right now. Because one, you're in the cold, and then you're just being stressed out. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. It was.
But I'm glad. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it was very cold. It was around 30 degrees, and there was some wind chill as well. That's why, I don't know, when you go to a game that's cold like that, I know Stafford sailed a few, but like I don't even know if I could blame him. I don't know how people can throw in this weather. I mean, I don't know if Tyrod had gloves on. Dude, I thought my thumb got dislocated by the cold. Like I couldn't move my thumb. I had people texting me, and I had one person, I won't name them, but they're like, "Why aren't you texting me back? Like I can't watch the game." And I'm like, "Bro, with all due respect, I'm at the game trying to enjoy it. I can't play by play the game for you." But then I literally couldn't. My fingers wouldn't move. It was so cold.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. And I was like watching like you know, the New Year's like specials and stuff like that on TV, and I'm just seeing everybody all bundled up and stuff, and I'm just like, oh man, I just don't know how they can just like stand there for like hours and stuff like that. But
yeah,
let alone like sitting for like a game and stuff, and especially like Rams fans, and they're all stressed out, you know, coming down to the wire. But like you said, like, you know, great teams find a way to win, and you know, we found the way to win at the end of the day. You know, shout out to Crosby. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And Steelers too. You know, hey, pick it. I'll forget about that. You know, that 1 yard thing. Thanks for clenching it for us. I appreciate it, Steelers. But
definitely.
You know, I'm happy that we got the dub. I'm happy that we got to the playoffs because, you know, like I said, I think everybody's been saying like how the media's been treating us and stuff like that, and treating Stafford like, you know, we weren't supposed to be here. Now we're here, and you know, we're just that now they're saying we're that dangerous team that can wreck things and stuff like that. Now they're giving us the light. Now before it was like, oh, the defense is bad. They gave away all their assets. You know, F them picks. You know, that was like Florio's like main thing. Oh yeah,
for the
F
love
them
of God.
picks.
Yep.
Yeah, that guy's a clown anyway, you know. But you know, now it like at first I was kind of like I was like worried because you know we were giving everybody away and stuff like that. I'm like, what is Les Snead doing? But you know, I just paid attention. Was just like, you know, I'm still gonna be a Rams fan no matter what, whatever you know, whatever costs. I know we're like building for the future, and I was just trusting the process, and you know, just the fact that all these players have been like, you know, developed so fast. You know, it's crazy. You know,
yeah.
Like I'm sorry, McVay needs to be like, you know, at least mentioned for, you know, coach of the year. Like, because that's, you know, for a team that was like 3-6, had a bye, and then has been winning out, and actually like went toe to toe with the Ravens, which was their only loss. Like that says a lot, you know.
Yeah.
And
No, absolutely.
it sucks that it's not being like, you know, credited. It's just being ignored, and you know, it's just like, oh, Brock Purdy this, Brock Purdy that. It's like, you know, yeah, I hate the Niners too. So, you know, I'm getting tired of hearing about Brock Purdy and the Avengers and all this other crap.
The Avengers.
So, yeah, it's so stupid. But but yeah, man, I'm just happy that we got the dub and stuff like that, and excited to see this Niners game. And like what you said, I guess I'll answer like your next question about the starters. I agree. I think we should at least play like the first half with the starters. You know,
Yeah.
I want Nakua to get the record. I want Stafford to go out there because I know he was like kind of like you said, shaky, like, you know, during the Giants game because of the mini bye. I don't want him like to be too rusted, you know, for playoffs or whatever, whoever we play, you know.
Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
I kind of just, yeah, I kind of want everybody just to at least, you know, get some time in. But I do want to see Wentz out there as well, you know.
Yes.
Like, because if, you know, just remember, like, when he was with the Colts, he did go over to Santa Clara and beat the Niners. So,
yeah.
yeah,
Okay. I see you.
Remember the rain game?
I see you now. Okay.
Yeah, but granted, Niners didn't have I think Debo was injured, and I don't know if Kittle played that game too. But I know they lost like a few players to injury, but still,
Yeah.
like, see, this is like why I don't understand the Wentz like disrespect as well. That's why I was saying when he was with the Colts, he was doing good. When he was with the Commanders, he was doing good. Like, I just don't get it. I know like he has that whatever locker room reputation or whatever stuff that's going on, but if the guy is giving you good results, don't quit on him,
He's 3-1 against the 49ers, and he's got a 63.7 completion percentage. He averages only 169.3 yards passing. He has 6 touchdowns. He's got 2 interceptions, and he's got a 94.3 passer rating. I'm curious what the rushing yards are, so I'll look that up. So he has okay, I gotta have to do math here. So it looks like he had 67 rushing yards with 2 rushing touchdowns. So 8 total touchdowns. I guess it doesn't show fumbles here. Doesn't look like he fumbled. So that is interesting.
I forgot about that game. I know it was kind of like sloppy too on both sides, but Jimmy wasn't really doing them favors anyway. But
yeah,
I know that Wentz was on a roll when he was starting to connect with Pittman and stuff like that. So I kind of want to see like Wentz in this offense. Like I know we got like a little piece of it, but to get like a half of it and stuff like that, let's see what we have, especially with like more of the young talent as well. So I'm excited to see this. Either way, I'm just glad that we're in the playoffs. I remember you had a question like weeks before or months before, where do I see this thing going? And I remember saying that I just want to see them go to the playoffs. If they're at the playoffs, like I think this is a successful season, and I think this has been far like above and beyond like a successful season. Getting players developed this fast, Kobe Turner, potential like defensive player of the year. Nakua should get, rookie of the year, like.
Yeah, definitely.
Or I meant defensive rookie of the year. Sorry. But yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, Nakua, and then the record and stuff like that. Like, come on, man. Like who? Like, the question is like, who would have expected this? Who would have expected like the Rams to go this far? Like, obviously the media didn't. So I'm glad that we're just proving everybody wrong, and I hope we continue to prove everybody wrong. And sooner or later they're gonna have to respect Matthew Stafford. So he's a Hall of Famer, regardless if people like it or not. He's a Hall of Famer. So
I agree.
He played with Megatron, put up the numbers. Cooper Kupp, Triple Crown, Nakua, gonna break this record. I don't know. I just hate like this guy getting disrespected left and right, man. It's like it's ridiculous.
I'm with you.
It's ridiculous.
It's how I felt most of his career, because I've always been a fan of Stafford, and I just kind of feel like people would always be like, you're listing off the top 5, top 10 quarterbacks, and like if you put Stafford and you'd be like, what about Stafford? And like, yeah, like he's kind of just Matthew Stafford. I'm like, well, explain what that means, because you got Ben Roethlisberger ahead of him, and you got Phillip Rivers, and you got Matt Ryan, and I'm like, those numbers that they're putting up aren't as good as Stafford. Well, Stafford plays in a lot of garbage time, so he has a lot better stats. And I'm like, all right, so what you're saying is there's literally no reason why he's below those guys. You're just kind of reaching. This is why I've always defended, because it's like, here's the thing. really, spoiler alert, if you want me to like you, be an underrated player, be an overhated player. I tend to lean towards those guys more than anybody.
Right.
And it's wicked frustrating because people are so delusional when it comes to like, you look at Matthew Stafford. It's like people are so delusional. They'll just make stuff up. Be like, oh, he's Mr. Pick Six, or all he does is throw picks, and he goes 5 games without throwing a pick. Then the moment he throws a pick, everyone's like, torch and pitchforks, and it's so obnoxious.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, they give him the highlight, like, oh, ever since the bye, he's had more touchdowns than picks, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's cool. But yeah, he threw like 2 picks, like, yesterday. Oh, well, there's Stafford throwing picks again.
Stafford's back again. Like, what do you mean he's back? You really want to act like that's not who he is? Like, guys thrown 41 touchdowns in 2021 with I'd say a lesser offense, no running back. This is the first time he's had 1,000-yard rusher. Actually, second time since Reggie Bush. First time he's had a rusher that's gone over 100 yards in back-to-back games, and Kyron's done that multiple times. So I don't know. I don't get it. People are annoying, man. Like, that's really what it comes down to. But
no, seriously, the fact that they're just hanging like his tenure over at Detroit, and then like the whole narrative, like 2021, the Super Bowl year, was, well, Stafford hasn't won a playoff game.
I know.
So he bombs on freaking Cardinals, and it's like, oh yeah, that's cool. He won one. Then he wins the Super Bowl, and it's like nothing. It's like crickets. And it's like, okay. And then when they were talking about him being a potential like Hall of Famer, well, I don't know, because Detroit, and it's like, come on, man. He came into LA first year, like got to the Super Bowl, won it. You guys were saying he wasn't, he hasn't won a playoff game. He actually proved you guys wrong. He made you all look stupid. Yeah. And then you still not giving him his flowers? Come on, man. Like,
yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like, I just don't. I don't get. I don't get it. That's why I just listen to you 24/7.
Phoenix, I appreciate you, my guy.
Yeah, you too, Jake. Thank you for having me on, and like everybody else has been saying, thank you for doing everything that you do. I appreciate your content. Just excited just to view more, and I'm just happy to I just want to see how far we go. I'm glad we're where we're at, and let's just see where the rest takes us.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate the support. It's week in, week out with you in the waiting room, so it means a lot, man.
Yeah, of course, man. Well, you have a good night, Jake, and thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. You too. Take care.
All right. Take care.
All right. We have had a fun time here. 2.5 hour stream so far. Well, let's keep the good times rolling here. We're gonna go to P Train, then we're gonna go to Rusty, then we're gonna go. We're gonna go to P Train, then we're gonna go to Mo Mitch, then Rusty, then Monty Brown, and then Ram Sexual, and then we're going to wrap this thing up. So that is going to be that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You guys are locked in the waiting room. If you leave, then that's how it is. Like, but these are the 5 that are locked. That'll get us over the 3-hour mark in all likelihood. So let's bring on P Train and get this thing going. P Train, how's it going?
Oh, it's going great. How's it going on your end?
I can't complain. It's a new year, and that's the best New Year's Eve I've ever experienced in my life. So, I mean, it doesn't get much better than, being able to go to a Rams game on New Year, have them win the way they won. So that way you can humble yourself, at least in my book, because I had them. I mean, I have to take responsibility too, P Train. I had them blowing them out. So, it's kind of like it resets yourself and reminds yourself, hey, this is a 3-6 football team that had a 3-game losing streak. What are you doing assuming they're going to win anything at this point? You have to enjoy it. So, it was a fun time. And then, getting to hang out with Bobby Brown and Akello afterwards was really cool. Akello's dad was great. And then just the celebrity moment, air quotes needed, with all these people asking me for pictures. It was a really good day, P-Train. It really was. But watching Seattle lose, that was the icing on the proverbial cake.
Yeah, I wish I would have been able to get up there, but I was like,
You live in
after the
DC?
further south, down in Virginia, just a little bit,
Okay.
about 3 hours south of DC.
Yeah, I mean that's a hike, so don't beat yourself up over that.
It would have been about 6 hours or so, something like that, close to. And then the price of the tickets, and then the hotel stays, and the gas, and I was like,
Yeah.
But I've already looked at the schedule for next year, and the Rams are going to have to go back to New Jersey to face the Jets.
I can't wait. That'll be a fun game.
So, if I can save up my money and plan for it a little bit further in advance instead of right after Christmas when all that money's out the window,
Oh yeah. And you gotta be very careful because so this is a game where I waited until the last night and we bought tickets. The prices really never went down because Giants fans are loyal, man. Giants fans are loyal. They didn't want to sell, and there were a lot of Rams fans. I'll say, when you look at next year, this is a Jets team that could be AFC champions. You know what I mean? Healthy Aaron Rodgers. Also, this could be the last year of Rodgers. So a lot of reason to go to that game. So this might be a game where you might have to buy seats way in advance because it could be that game where people aren't trying to sell their tickets away, But I normally I get the cheap seats way in the up in the top. It was section 338, midfield, exactly where I want them. It's great for 99% of the game, but the 1% of the time when they're kicking a field goal, it is absolutely nerve-wracking.
See, for me, because I have bad eyes, I'm legally blind, so I can't drive a car. So I depend on my wife for all that stuff.
Yeah.
When we go to games, like when we go to her Commander games and stuff like that, I get the primo seats. And then what I end up doing is I use the camera on my phone. I zoom in on the game and I'm watching it through my phone.
You know how like they're like, oh, don't watch live action through your phone, like actually experience the show, and you're like, nah, watch me.
Yeah, I got to, because I can't see the crowd. I can't see what's really going on, and I'm like, back in the day it was binoculars. Now I just use the camera.
I don't blame you. I couldn't do binoculars if I tried with my glasses on, man. It's like, it's kind of funny because like I bought my dad for Christmas a rangefinder because he, when he goes golfing, and he can pinpoint where the cup is, and I try to use it, and I'm like, I can't use this damn thing with glasses on. It's just so weird, It's funny. And by the way, this is why if you wear glasses, going to 3D movies are the most unappealing thing ever.
Yeah, it's all those 3D rides at amusement parks never do anything for me.
Exactly. I'm out the door, man. Like they tell me, oh, you got to put these on. I'm like, nope. I'll catch you later. Yeah. Plus, I get motion sickness anyway, so having to wear two pairs of glasses, forget about it.
Dramamine's not going to help you, huh?
No, it's definitely not. So, but
yeah, while I was waiting my turn, I was writing down a bunch of questions and stuff.
Oh, awesome!
Jotting down here, or thoughts on things.
My man came prepared.
So many I've started to forget them, but yeah, I definitely wanted to. Definitely was, if I got to go to the Giants game, I was definitely wanting to hook up with you in a bro kind of way, folks. Let's not get X-rated there.
Pause. No.
Yeah,
I know it. I knew
what
you
said
meant.
That, I was like, wait a minute, that might have came out the wrong way. But yeah, I definitely want to meet with you whenever we get to a game. I think that would just be awesome.
Anytime, man.
Yeah, the one of the things I was going to mention, the kicker situation, Maher and all that stuff. Okay, so I know we went down this road before with Maher, and I don't think that any one of us realistically trust Maher if the game's on the line, no more than we would trust Haversick. maybe just a smidge more, but
Oh, I do.
yeah, because I mean we've seen Maher and we've been down that road with him, and I don't know if I feel comfortable if it was a 49-yarder, 42-yarder, 51-yarder. I don't have faith that he's going to be able to make it because he hasn't proven that he can consistently. So I'm like, well, why can't we go get Robbie Gold? I know he wants a ton of money.
Oh, he retired.
So did what's his face that we pulled out for sitting for 2 years?
Yeah, but with Robbie Gold, it's a little different. He wants a ton of money because he doesn't actually want a ton of money. He's saying this is my price to come out of retirement. He was always fine being retired, essentially.
Yeah, but would he be better than Maher?
Yes, but
I don't know.
But I don't think he would. I don't think he's an option. So then your next bunch is Blankenship,
yeah,
and a bunch of guys who aren't in the NFL right now. So. I think with Maher, what's, kind of misunderstood, he only missed 2 kicks inside of 49. He was actually really consistent. It's when they kept stalling deep, way back towards the 50. And, you're talking about 50-plus yarders, and he's never really had a huge problem hitting them. But he has this year. He's 3 for 7. So, that to me, it was a no-brainer to bring him back because he's already had experience, even on this team. And with him, he only missed 2 field goals inside of 49. This team is stalling pretty much inside of 49. They're not really asking kickers to kick 50-plus yarders. It's kind of why, Lucas Haversick only had 3 kicks from 50-plus. I mean, for the most part, they're going for it. The offense is playing too well not to. And I just think, it's a completely different offensive, thing going on right now. So just having a kicker that can make those 40, 45-yard field goals, I think that's really all the Rams need. And that's what I think Maher's going to be really good at. Extra points, he only missed 1. Haversick missed 2 yesterday alone. He missed 3 for the year. And everyone goes back to, Maher. Oh, well, he missed 5 extra points in the playoff game. He missed 7 for his career. That is the most obvious anomaly. It doesn't get any more obvious than that.
Yeah.
He's not going to miss 5 in a game ever again.
Yeah.
So, I like Maher.
The one thing, though, I like, here's the positive side to having a bad kicker.
Oh, this is interesting.
It forces and it forced Sean McVay to be something that he's not typically, which is aggressive.
He was very aggressive early on. So I agree.
Yeah, because that was my saving grace. I saw I know we have Haversick and I know he's not going to make this, but if Sean if it's 4th down and 3, 4th and 4, 4th and 5, he's going to go for it because he knows. I mean, it forces him to be, like I said, go against his typical nature of not being aggressive. If we had Matt Gay, he wouldn't have gone for some of those. He just would have gone for the field goal.
I think they're 10 of 17 on 4th down. He's decently aggressive. I'll give him that. He definitely has been.
Yeah, but I think he's been forced to because of his field goal kicking this year. It's been horrible. So I think it's forced him to be something he's not. So it goes against his nature. So the second thing I was going to one of the other callers talking about the draft up ahead or free agency. So you were talking about that Snead guy from the Chiefs as a cornerback that the Rams might go after.
Come on,
so,
you don't see Snead signing Snead?
That would be funny.
Different spelling, but yeah.
But what about Jalen Johnson? You were high on him from the Bears.
Oh, was very high on him. Then the Bears signed him to a long-term deal.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that I was bummed by that because I thought that they were going to let him go, and if they let him go, he's a good one. He's 24.
Damn. I was hoping to get him in free agency.
I think getting Akella Witherspoon back and pairing him with L'Jarius Sneed. Oh man. And then you talk about, kind of upgrading the safety room a little bit. I still think Lake is going to maintain that star, but it'd be cool if they got another guy to do it and just put Lake at safety because I think Lake is the best safety on the team, in my opinion.
Safety or cornerback? What is he typically? It's not the star.
Lake's a safety. I think he's the best safety on the team, personally.
I like him.
I don't think they bring back Fuller. I don't think they can afford to do that. I think
he's injured right now too.
Jordan Fuller?
Yeah, I just watched the article on read an article on the Rams Wire. He and Higbee are injured right now.
Oh, okay, like they're banged up. I got you. Oh yeah, I
Higbee's
saw that. He had he sprained his ankle.
Yeah, he sprained his ankle. I think Higbee's got a shoulder injury or something, dislocated shoulder.
That's so frustrating because Higbee, I just actually texted my friend Blaine after the game. I was like, Higbee's back. Like that was Higbee that I'm used to.
Higbee was a freaking tank when he caught that ball and got into. He just would bulldozer those people, man. Oh my god!
You could see he just looked so much more comfortable, and I was like, oh, he's finally not hurt. Because the thing about this guy, everyone gets on his back. He doesn't miss games. Like he had to suffer a serious injury for him to miss the Super Bowl. He didn't want to miss the Super Bowl.
No,
he doesn't. Not. He doesn't miss games. We're not talking about Kawhi Leonard playing 20 games a season. You know, like Higbee's gonna play through anything most of the time if he can. So and the problem is then his play suffers, and then everyone's getting on him for his contract and everything, and it's frustrating because I feel like when you see Higbee at his best, it's when he's obviously healthy. But he's also a top 10 tight end at his best. I mean, you'll take a 6 for 60
because he's.
Oh yeah, you'll take a 6 for 60 game out of Higbee all day. If he does that weekly, the Rams are in a good position at that point because they have receivers where they don't need him to be Kelsey, they don't need him to be Kittle, they need him to be like Austin Hooper was with the Falcons. They need him to be like Tyler Eifert was back when he played. They need him to be a Kyle Rudolph. They don't need him to be something he's not. They don't need him to be Sam Laporta. They don't need him to be a top, 3 tight end like Mark Andrews or somebody like that. And that's the thing. Higbee's just played his role. And, every now and then, P-Train, we've seen it. 3 touchdown catches against the Carson Wentz Eagles. He had 2 this year in a game. He has moments where you can see that potential like that he had coming in. You can see like if he got the targets, he could be that, but he doesn't have to be that. And he's not going to be that because the Rams have Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, now, Demarcus Robinson, Kyron Williams, Tutu Atwell, who's not even being utilized right now. By the way, Tutu Atwell had a hell of a block on that Kyron run that no one's talking about. The 30-yard Kyron touchdown. Tutu Atwell seals the last block so well. And no one wants to talk about it. And I thought that was a great block.
Kyron read the block perfectly.
Yeah. But also, Kyron was weaving in and out of traffic. That was an impressive run to see live. I'll tell you that much.
Was. I loved it. Now, I will say it seems like the Rams have a blueprint for what they like out of their especially their tight ends and even their receivers. They want you to be a blocker first.
Oh,
and then if you can catch the ball after that, that's great. But they want you to be a blocker. So they don't need a top tier, hands type of tight end like the Ravens had before he got injured and all that stuff. They just need someone who can really block and is not selfish and a diva or anything like that.
I agree. That's why come draft time, when I have people asking me, why not this guy? Why not this receiver? Why are you so against him? He doesn't block.
Yeah.
He's not a good blocker. He doesn't care.
Range, you have to be a blocker.
Yeah, I always say it. Every single draft season, I say, if you want to play for Sean McVay, then you have to block at receiver. You don't play wide receiver under Sean McVay if you can't block. And it's not even like, okay, maybe, they'll draft you. And no. If you have no desire, if you show no desire on tape to block, you're not getting drafted. Not by the Rams.
Yep. You got to be willing to put in the dirty work.
Yeah. And that's the thing. People will say, well, Tutu Atwell didn't block at Louisville. Well, first off, you clearly didn't watch the tape. You just watched his highlights. They're not going to show him blocking in his highlights because that takes way more effort than just showing the touchdowns. But
it's not sexy either. Yeah,
exactly. And then the second thing I'd say is, look, he did. The tape shows it. But, the thing about it is the biggest cop-out people have blocking-wise is because it's the same thing in the NBA. In the NBA, people say, "Oh my God, like this guy is so good." Well, and then you look at his stats, and you're like, "No, he's not." And you're like, "Oh, well, he's a great defender." There's no freaking way for me to know if he's a great defender without me watching his games. If I'm not watching his games, I don't know. So that's one of those arguments that like people will just throw out there, and they'll just hope that they're basically throwing up a Hail Mary, hoping that they're right, because they're hoping someone doesn't come into that discussion, say on Twitter, and have like a video already made like, no, he's not a good defender and here's why. Or they're hoping you just stay off their back after that. The thing about like blocking is that people oftentimes just judge a guy based on his size and assume he can't block. I've already seen that with Kyron Williams, by the way. People haven't been watching the Rams and they say, well, they need a blocking, they need a running back that can, work in pass pro. And it's like, Kyron Williams can. Well, PFF has him at 28th. Well, PFF is being stupid then, because I've seen PFF's grades and I don't know what they're looking at. Kyron Williams against the Giants, they're probably going to give him all these pressures that he gave up. I'm actually going to look it up now because I'm curious. But I watched that game. Kyron Williams was so key and critical in those pass protection reps. He might have given up one pressure, but anything more than that. Okay, yeah. They didn't give him any pressures. 0 pressures, 21 reps as a pass protector.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's 17 fewer than the offensive line. I mean,
yeah, I saw one play towards the end, and I don't know if the announcers were trying to say that it was Williams' fault or whether it was Havenstein's fault for missing this rusher who came in between the right guard and Haverstein, and Kyron Williams ran to the left, and the guy just blew right into Stafford easily. It was in the last few minutes of the game.
Yeah, they didn't give him a pressure or a sack. They gave Havenstein the sack.
Okay, then they blamed it on Havenstein, not Kyron Williams. Then
I'll say this: it looks like Joe Noteboom had a really good game. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the tape, but it looks like Joe Noteboom had a really good game.
I would definitely go back and watch that, and I would be shocked because I think he played okay, but I think he got handled a few times, and he allowed some pressures in. From what I saw, when they would do a replay after the Giants did something good on defense, I was like, oh, there's Noteboom getting pushed back, or oh my God, there we go again.
They got him with 0 pressures. They only have 3 on Shelton and 1 on Havenstein. That's it. That's all they got for the Giants game. That's crazy.
Huh.
Feels like there was more than that, but hey,
I think so too. I think there's a lot more than that, but
I think Shelton is really struggling, specifically on stunts. He's got to have better communication. It's not great. And when you have those stunts happening, it's done to do that. But when you have a good center, you have an intelligent and like really, really football IQ heavy center, they know how to handle that. It's why it doesn't always work. It's not like a foolproof method. I mean, you creating that much traffic can also hurt your rush. And the Rams actually did that. It sucked. They sent it wasn't Ernest Jones. I think they might have sent Christian Roseboom, and they send the blitz and he runs into one of the guys doing a stunt. And it was like, oh no, like it was perfect too. Like he easily could have gotten through, but he just ran into him. But yeah,
well, when you're going in on a play like that, and you gotta anticipate that, and you also have to have your head on a swivel. You can't be so focused in on the one guy that you and your left guard are blocking, double teaming. You got to be ready to peel off at a second's notice as someone comes around. You got to have one eye on the second tier level, getting ready to come in on a stunt at any time.
Yeah,
I know it sounds easier said than done, but
no, I get it. I agree.
Yeah. One of the other things I was gonna mention, when you put up that poll about 6th seed or 7th seed, I was doing some research while I was waiting for my turn here. The only way that I've been able to figure out that the Rams can fall to the 7th seed is if the Rams lose and the Packers win.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Yeah, all other scenarios, even if the Saints win and the Buccaneers lose and the Saints take the South, the Buccaneers still won't have a better record than the Rams. Seahawks, it doesn't matter because we own the tiebreaker over them and the Saints. So, yeah, most
Also,
likely.
Let me do something real quick here because they might already clinch the 6th seed before the game is played.
That was the other thing I wrote down on my notes. Because when we were talking about whether we should have the starters.
Nope, they're at 425.
Yes, the starters play or not. I mean, the Packers and the Bears are playing at 1 o'clock, I believe.
No, they're playing at 425. It looks like it was flexed. It's a CBS game.
Oh, those bastards in the NFL. They did that on purpose.
They did because they wanted these games to be like, I think the Rams and 49ers is the is the premier game on Fox, if I'm not mistaken here. And
they did not want to have the Rams get an advantage. That's exactly what those knuckleheads did.
I don't think that's what it was. I think, yeah. I mean, these are the most important games. It looks like. I mean, I actually can't tell how the national television, because the Giants and Philly are on CBS. Why are like NFC teams all of a sudden on CBS all the time now?
I know. I noticed that this year. I was like, what?
It's
because if the Packers and the Bears played at the 1 o'clock time like they normally would, then the Rams would already know whether they got the 6th seed locked for 100% guarantee or whether they could rest their starters. And NFL didn't want to have that. They wanted to make sure that the Rams 49ers game would still be interesting and by not giving them that heads up that they would have had.
Yeah.
To rest their starters or not.
No, that's that. I mean, it sucks, but looks like that's how it's going to be week 18. So the Rams will go into 425 not knowing if they're the 6th seed or not. Not a really big deal though. Really, really not. But yeah, P-Train, appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir. Oh, did you want to ask those questions or do you want to move on to another caller?
Oh, I probably have to get through now because I got 4 more people and it's almost 3 hours. So
yeah, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
yeah, exactly. 3-hour live stream. Hey, I did say I'd be back because I felt so bad about yesterday.
I'll let you get going then, bud.
All right, sounds good. We'll talk after the Rams-Niners game on Sunday if you're around.
Absolutely.
All right. You take care.
Take care now. Bye.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right. Let's bring on... I already forgot. Are we bringing on Rusty or... What are we doing here? Rusty or Mitch? I think it was Mitch. Then I'll bring on Rusty. Then I'll bring on Monty. And I see Swizzleberry, and I'll bring on Swizzleberry. Okay. Mitch, how we doing? You're on mute, by the way, just so you know. Chat, how we doing? We good? Yeah, did Mitch pass out? Oh, Mitch left. Mitch is alive. Mitch unmuted. I'll throw Mitch back in. How we doing?
Yo, Jake. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, man. I had to leave it back real quick. Like froze on me.
I had people like, Mitch is asleep. Mitch goes sleepy. Mitch is sleeping.
Bro, I drove back from Jersey today, man, so I am a little tired.
Oh man, you were at the game?
Yeah, bro. I was at the game. I was chatting with you on the Ramley Discord. I saw you said you was like an L4, and me and my family were in K4, and it's the last time I probably go to a game with my family, man. I wanted to be there at 10 o'clock. We didn't get there till like 11.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We had to rush all the cooking and whatnot, bro. And I was like, I saw you say where you were, and I was like, damn, I can't even get over there. I got all this food we got to cook and shit. I'm gonna chug these IPAs to warm my blood up for the game, and I'm just looking for that yellow hat and that tutu jersey. But it was still cool, man. There was a lot of Rams fans out there, which was cool.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was fun. I mean, yeah, I got to that point where I was like, man, this is cool, but everyone is so like, spread out.
Right.
It's like, at least if I was in LA at a, like SoFi Stadium, I could go to like a specific tailgate I know and just be like, hey guys, meet me here. You know what I'm saying? But like here it was like, I had people like, hey, you can come to my tailgate, but it costs $40. And I'm like, all right, well, I got 4 people in my party. We're not all paying $40, so I'm going to pass. I'm also, not going to have, my following that wants to come and see me have to pay $40. So like that wasn't going to happen. But yeah, it was fun. I mean, I still, ran into people. I ran into quite a few people when I got into the stadium. Outside the stadium, I found people and, I had people coming up to me and whatnot, but it's hard, you want to meet all these people and, they're basically across the road and they're, it's like you were in K. So I went over to K and I didn't see any Rams fans over there. It was right around like 12. So I walked away. I was in L, I was in J. I went all over. Just trying to find. I could not find any like Rams tailgates. Like I found one at the very end, but I did not find a ton. So
I don't blame you because it was only just me and my wife with Rams get wrong. The rest of my family are Giants fans. So even if you saw us, you probably just saw like, oh, that's probably a Giants tailgate. So it was just like every Rams fan that came by had my beer in my hand. I tossed it up, got the nod. I was like, yep, there we go. So, but yeah, I was looking out for you, but I was like, hey, it's meant to be. It's meant to be. I know. I hollered at him on the live stream, and we got back to the hotel room. I listened to you. We did, you did the hour show yesterday, and then I didn't know you was coming back on. I must have missed it last night when you said you come back on tonight. So I was like, let me hop back on and talk to Jake about the game.
Oh
but,
yeah,
more just about the experience. Like that was my first time in MetLife. And it was cool. I told you I went to the Ravens game, and you're talking about going out to SoFi next year. Let me know, man, because I've been to SoFi too, and that stadium's cool. But I'm definitely trying to go again because that stadium is wild, bro. It's like a spaceship on the ground ready to take off.
Yeah, no, that I watched it. So it was being built the last time I was in LA, because I haven't been in LA since 2019, and because then COVID happens and all that. So I was gonna move there, and then I decided not to, and then I haven't been since. But no, it's been money, but I'll be honest with you, money is starting to get a little bit better. Obviously after a year like this, so I'm gonna try to make it work. And I mean, worst comes to worst, I can write it off as a business expense. But
there you go. You got it.
but yeah, what I'm trying to do though. And this is what I learned from this is like, I got to be more prepared. Like I'm a big fan of like when they play at MetLife, I make it a day trip. I go out there early in the morning, get there around 10:30. And then, from 10:30 to, 12:30, I'm just like hanging out with people in the parking lot. But time flies. So I think next year, the Jets play there. First off, I want to link up with some of my friends in JetCast. I want to see if they could book, help me at least, book a spot where, a bar or something where we do a live joint podcast. They do the Jets content. I do the Rams. Obviously, I covered the Jets last year. So I feel like that would be pretty awesome.
Definitely do. Let me know, man, because I live in Maryland, so it's only like a 3-hour drive, and like I said, a ton of my family lives in Jersey, so we got the hotel. We were talking about it off season, we planned this way ahead, got the hotel, got the tickets, and
see, you were better than me.
That was cool.
Yeah, you were better than me. I need to get a hotel. It'd probably be cool to like take the train in to New York City and then maybe get a hotel there, and
Yeah, it was
then
crazy with the prices because of New Year's Eve and trying
oh
to get a
yeah,
hotel in New York. We were like, fuck. So we just got one right around the corner from my cousin's house. And like my dad flew back from Houston. He moved to Houston this year, so he flew back and he rode me and my wife. And it was
nice.
all it all worked out. It was a lot of trash talking between the family. And I'm glad we ended up getting the win.
Oh man, that is quite the game to be at when you have a party that has Giants fans in it.
Yeah, definitely. That was
That's
obnoxious, bro. It was funny.
you're watching it all fall apart, and you're like, is this the real life? Is this
Right.
just fantasy? Like,
And I'm gonna have to drive back home. Like I drove here, and I'm gonna drive back home. It's long. It's gonna be a long 3 hours. Like, come on, man. Y'all can't do this to me. Haverstick, what are you doing?
oh yeah, that was oh god. Well, and think about it, like from my perspective. So after the game, I was gonna go meet Bobby, and I was gonna go meet Akello, and I just don't like the feeling of meeting players after they just lost a game.
Right.
So it's not, I don't know, like I'm sure they would have been fine with it. I'm sure they still do it, but it's not the same vibe. So I'm glad they got the win.
Totally different. The move will be like definitely different. I know what you mean.
Yeah. So but Mitch, last thing I'm going to ask you here, what are your thoughts, start 'em or sit 'em for the starters this week against the 49ers? What do you want to see? And what do you think happens?
I think we do first half, and then you kind of got to fill out the game. I'm sticking to what I said like 3 or 4 weeks ago, bro. When after the Ravens game, we talked. I said 3 game winning streak, and then lose to the 49ers. Kind of like that's the way we got to the Super Bowl the last time. Just so we got that little sour taste in our mouth at the end of the game, and meet them again in the NFC Championship. Because the way it's looking to me, they're the top team in the NFC other than us. I think we give them the best matchup. I think Dallas matches up bad with them. Philly has got some Super Bowl hangover. Detroit's tough, but they're just young. They don't have the playoff experience. And is there anyone I'm forgetting other than Dallas? Yeah, Dallas I don't trust, but I think if we do have the 7th seed and we got to go to Dallas, I would love to play Dallas again. Matthew does his homecoming again and finishes that game and beat them. Then we play whoever's next, and honestly think it's going to be us in San Francisco in the NFC Championship again. And this time we'll break the hearts in St. Clara.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean we'll see what ends up happening. I do think they're gonna win. I've kind of, felt that way. So
yeah, you've been calling that for a long time. You have.
Yeah.
Get guns. I'm just trying to stick to mine, man. I think it'll be a good game. I think it'll set us up perfectly for the playoffs, just like for another 4-game winning streak. Just 16 quarters of good football. That's what I said on last Super Bowl run. I was just like, they just have to play better than whoever they play for 16 quarters. 16 quarters, that's it. And you're right, we're right back here in the dance with a pillar of guys who've done it before and a bunch of young, hungry dogs. And they were like, I forgot, I think it was DeMarco Farr said it, but it wasn't him who said it. He said someone from another team, some coach said, the Rams remind them of the 2007 Giants. It's just a team like a team of destiny, the 7th seed, 6th team that no one wants to see. But they can go ahead and win this whole thing. And like at first I didn't believe they could win this whole thing, but after that Ravens game, I was like, man, these boys can do it. And especially after like you made the video of the 49ers.
Yeah.
Like the way Ravens beat up on them, and that was on the road. We had them after a bye week in their house in the rain, and it took a punt return in overtime to beat us. And even though our special teams is definitely the weak point of our team, I mean, I'm with you too. I never thought Myers should have been let go. And the kicks he missed were like 50-yarders. Like, I mean, that's hard to do for even good kickers.
Yeah.
So at least we'll know he'll make the extra point. Like Havlicek, like, oh my gosh, bro, when he missed that second one, and that kick was like, I was in the end zone, I had an end zone seat.
Oh,
That
so
kick
you
was
saw
coming.
him absolutely shank it.
It went over my head. We turned around. We saw the guy who caught it. The security guy comes, gets the ball, and then we're all booing him like, "Boo! Let him keep it!" And then he comes back and gives it to him, bro. It was hilarious.
Why are they taking the ball anyway? I thought you get whatever gets thrown out there.
That's what we said. Like,
and it's not like I mean that's not a milestone ball. Why the hell would you want that one?
Yeah, it was like random cool dude caught it, and like the security came, and everybody was giving it to the security guard. And he ran downstairs and ran back upstairs and gave him the ball. We were like, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was fun. The game was fun, and love to come out with a win. But I'm just happy, man, that we're in the dance, man. Like, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm okay with eating pro. Like, I didn't think we'll make the playoffs this year. I had us at 7 wins. So all this to me is just, whipped cream, sprinkles, chocolate fudge on an ice cream sundae, bro. Like, I'm loving this season, man, and I'm just listening to you and everyone else just talk us up, and like I'm like everything's making more sense to me. Like, let's Snead and talking about the pillars, and then he knocks it out with this draft. It's awesome to see, man. Just McVay is alive again. The play call is beautiful, and what people need to understand about this win, I saw some that we lost momentum, but listen, a win is a win to win in the NFL.
Yeah.
And like once again, we're a West Coast team going to play an East Coast team at 1 o'clock, and the Giants got heart, man. You saw the way they played; they got pride, they got heart. You saw how they played the Eagles last week. This was a good win in my eyes. It wasn't ugly, yeah, but you came out with the win. That's all that matters in this league. That's all anyone cares about at the end of the day.
I agree with you, Mitch. Hey, I'm gonna let you go. I got 3 more people, but appreciate you, my guy. We'll talk next week, man.
Yeah, brother. Take it easy, man.
All right, later.
Later.
Okay, next up I got Rusty, then Monty, then Swizzleberry, then Fiend. All right.
What's good?
What's up, Rusty? How we doing?
Good.
Oh man, that game was something else. Take me through your thoughts throughout the game without the expletives.
Jake, have you ever watched Friday?
That's a good question. I might have. I don't.
Yeah, because there's this one scene from Friday from Pinky. It was Craig. He was like menacing him, and then when he walked away, he was talking all mad smack. And then when he walked away, he was like, "Shit, that motherfucker had me scared." I held my own. That's how I felt watching this game. I was right there in the living room, like pacing around, and I put on a brave face, and then when the game was over, I was like, "Oh hell no, that took some years off my life."
I feel that.
It was bad. It was bad. But I'll take it. I'll take the win.
I will take it as well. I'm gonna ask you a question here that I've asked everybody that has to pertain to the title of said live stream. Will the Rams sit their starters this weekend? Do you see them doing that? Do you think they'll just start them? What do you think is going to happen, and what would you want to happen?
Well, what I think is going to happen is they're going to probably play their starters one quarter, a couple reps, both teams, and then it's the decision on Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay what they want to do next. Because if Shanahan wants to play his starters, well, that's on him. And then, of course, if McVay's smart, he wouldn't rest Stafford, and we would automatically lose this game. But it really depends, because McVay usually likes to shadow Kyle Shanahan. What he does, he wants to up the ante. He always wants to outperform him. So don't be surprised if you see starters in like the first quarter or a couple reps, and hopefully we get backups in. But it's hard to really determine, because we really don't know what if the Niners really want to beat us again, keep their record against us, or the Rams can actually win this one with backups, and it all depends on them. So it's really hard. But if I'm the Rams, I'll pay starters for a little to keep them warm, and then just sit them out. And
yeah,
like Carson Wentz, sling that shit.
yeah. I mean, why not? You know,
Yeah.
I think a half and then starting, you know, because you're still trying to win the football game. You still can get to a double-digit win season. That still matters. And furthermore, you know, you're still trying to secure the 6th seed, which you can't assume the Packers are going to lose after the game they played against the Vikings. You can't assume that they're going to lose to the Bears. The Bears have played really tough and good football lately. You can't assume though that they are going to lose to the Bears. The cool thing about
hopefully they lose. Hopefully they lose because
I mean, that'd make it easier, but
I'll make it a lot easier.
But I'll say this: the Bears made it really interesting because the Bucks lose and the Saints lose. The Falcons get in at 8-9.
Oh my god!
They would have not only do they get in, bro, they would have a home playoff game. They'd be hosting an 11-win Dallas team, potentially 12 win, 11 or 12 win Eagles or Dallas team.
Damn, Jake. Arthur Smith, I don't know how the hell he still has a job, bro.
Because they have a chance to make the playoffs even at 8-9.
He's such a terrible OC, man, and the head coach, bro.
It ain't good. It's funny. I might be the only one, but I watched that, you know, I mean, I was at the game, but I mean, watching on like, you know, game casting, like the games and stuff at half and whatnot. And it just felt like the Chicago game against the Falcons was Justin Fields. Like, it was a breakout game for him, but I feel like he was like showcasing like, hey, you guys should come and get me. Like, it just felt like that. I don't know.
I mean, the Bears would happily the Falcons would happily give up anything for Justin Fields because Desmond Ridder ain't cutting it.
Well, and Taylor Heineke threw 3 picks.
Exactly.
So everyone was all like up on Desmond Ridder's grill, like, oh, Heineke's better. And then Heineke throws 3 picks, and you're like, all right, so is he still better? Like,
it's a double-edged sword for the Falcons, and they both get cut by both sides, so that's on them.
Yeah,
that's on them.
It ain't great. Justin Fields' stats don't look great, but I feel like the guy plays better football than his stats would indicate. But yeah, I wanted to throw that out there. So, the last thing I'm gonna ask you, just because I'm curious, you were kind of up in the air about the playoffs at one point. Where do you stand now on this team? Like, do you think this team could win a Super Bowl, or are you kind of like, I like what we're doing, but this has always been the 2024. Like, this is not a team of destiny. I wouldn't be surprised if we get knocked out in the first round. Like, where are you in that discussion?
Well, right now, the way we're going, we can make a run because I feel like we're like the Chiefs, or because their defense was really young. They didn't really have a lot of good players. Yeah. And they managed just to win a Super Bowl off the Eagles. And I feel like that's us in this situation, or we can make a good playoff run. But it all depends on every game we play because we can say we win a game like you predicted the Giants game. We was going to be a freaking blowout. What is no? It was a nail-biter.
Yeah.
It's unpredictable the way we're going, but I feel like we can make a run, but we got to take every game lightly.
It's true.
Yeah.
That is definitely true, man.
To the dance. Yeah.
Well,
I'm confident.
I feel that. Yeah, I mean, right now, I feel really good about getting to the divisional round. I'm going to take it week by week. Just going ahead and saying they're going to the Super Bowl, it's not this team. This team is one of those ones where week in and week out, we're going to find out. I'm not going to go out there and say Super Bowl right now. I think the thing that I will say is that they have a shot at the Super Bowl. Wouldn't be surprised if they make the Super Bowl. But right now, I'm going week by week. You know, when you get into the playoffs, I think they beat whoever they play in the first round. The divisional round is where I had them getting bounced before the season. But to be honest with you, even though the record is going to be dead on if they win, because I predicted them to go 10-7, to be honest with you, I think they're a much better football team than I expected.
Yep.
You know, at this point in the season, playing really good. I mean, Kobe Turner being way better than I expected. You know,
They have a solid foundation, Jake. I'm happy about that.
That's
no
the thing. What. And like, if they shore up their secondary, like the back end of their secondary, where like, you know, they're not having those miscommunications, there's not really a way to beat this team. I think that's really what's kind of leveling the playing field. You're not going to get 3 fumbles a game or whatever. You know, those are fluky, man. Those happen, but very rarely. So I think really what's happening is that the defense is starting to put pressure, but we're still seeing, and like the secondary for the most part is playing well, but those big splash plays are what's keeping teams in games. So
that's what I'm worried about. But we'll live and learn, Jake. These guys are still kids, so
it's true.
They're gonna bumps and bruises, but we're doing good because we could have been the Panthers. Who else? Just any other team that had pure rookies and they were banking on them for them to have success. And look at us right now. So I'm happy with what we got. And shout out to Les Snead. I know I crap on him a lot because he let go of our Ramsey. I'm still a little upset about that. But hey, I mean, if you make it up with Kobe Turner, Puka Nacua, and Byron Young, I'm happy.
I feel that, man. We'll talk next week. Appreciate you, Rusty, and you have a good one, man. Happy New Year.
You too, Jake. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. You take care. Okay, Monty. Monty, how we doing?
Brother Jay.
How's it going, man?
Man, I'm feeling amazing. I just want to do my little Dion real fast. I want to ask some non-believers out there. Do you believe now? Huh? Oh no, we don't want to hear that bull jive. Do you believe now? Huh? Man, Jake been telling y'all since day one, we making the playoffs. Yeah, we was 3-6 at the bye, right? But did we give up hope, Jake?
Nope.
Not one bit. Not one bit. We knew what we was. We knew what we had. We knew the position we was in. And you have to get his team all the credit in the world. You have to get Coach McVay. He's the coach of the year. Nobody should get coach of the year. Puka, yes, he is the rookie of the year, but you know how they treat quarterbacks in the NFL. So if CJ Stroud get it, that's some bull crap because Puka, I think, got 5 player of the week, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's 5.
Most in the league, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like he did some great things. Kobe Turner want to go get the sack record for the rookie. He in the runners for defense player of the year. It's like the things that McVay did with this team, and not just McVay, right? Raheem, special team, offensive coordinator. You know, everybody that stepped up and played a part. Us, the fans, to get her to where we at now, bro, is amazing, bro. This is an amazing run by the Los Angeles Rams to come back from 3-6, where we know the and you know you the percentage man, Jake. So at that time we were 3-6. What was the percentage of us making the playoffs? Because I'm quite sure they probably had us probably at like 12% or something.
Yeah, I think the lowest, like the lowest realistic, obviously, was I believe 14%.
Oh my God, you know what I mean? And at that time, I can understand it. Where I remember the fans in the chat. Oh, we just the same as last year. It's the same old team. I remember y'all in the chat. Do you believe now? Huh? Do you believe? That's why we tell y'all, man, it's great to be a fan, right? That's what make losing make winning that much more happier, bro. Because if you're winning all the time, you're always on the high. Don't get me wrong, I'll take winning all the time, right? If we can be the Patriots and win 7, 8 Super Bowls, of course we want to be happy. But losing make this feeling so much more better, Jake, because when you down, you find out who's really riding with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody on the train when you're winning, right? When the rocket's going up, it feels good. When the ship's sailing straight, oh, it feels good, right? But when things start shaking and when things look like it's falling, people start jumping off. Oh no, not us, not us. Oh no, we don't want, But the ones that stay down and stay solid, enjoy this, man. It's not too often to where you see a 3-16 turning around and come back to make the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls all over the world, is not too often now because we had a hell of a ride. 6-1 in the last 7 games. Like
Yeah,
that's amazing. That's
exactly.
amazing. So, and just listening to them boys, man. Like they've been in playoff mode since the bye week, Jake. They've been in playoff mode since the bye week. You can't put yourself in that type of mentality to have that much of the season to go and say, you know what, we're gonna go and play off. Every game is a win. It's a win and lose situation for us getting to where we need to get to. And them boys stepped up, put their foot on the gas, man. And it's just an amazing thing, man. It's just a great feeling, man. It's a great. I've been riding cloud 1,063 since Sunday, Jake, and I ain't jumped off yet. I'm continuing to ride it now with the situation because I've been listening. Um, with the sit 'em or start 'em, I'm the type like this, right? We came back off that bye week. We was rested up. We felt good, right? I feel like we should like my thing is we locked in the 6th seed because I do want to go to Detroit. I want that matchup. I want
Yeah.
it. I think it's great for the NFL. I think it's great for the Detroit fans who love Matthew Stafford. They love him, and I respect Detroit. And I think I wrote on one of your things that I'm happy for Jared Goff. I'm happy for the Detroit Lions that they went out there. What was it, 33 years of not clinching the division and winning the division? Doing those type of things. But to have Matthew Stafford going to Detroit and break their hearts, we gonna see do they really love Matthew then. We gonna see if they really love him then. They're going to Detroit, right? They got golf over there who we had. And for us to go over there, we know you're over there, Josh Reynolds. Shouts out to you as well, right? J-Mo, my St. Louis brother. I think he got hurt in that game. I hope he all right. You know what I mean? Stop gambling, you and your family. That's just a little situation. But if we can go into Detroit and break their hearts, Jake, that's gonna put Matthew Stafford on a whole different type of high. And like I say, yes, it's one game at a time, but we can go to the Super Bowl. Nobody can tell us that we can't go to the Super Bowl. Like we arguably the hottest team in football. Arguably the hottest team in football is the St. Louis Rams. You know what I mean? 6-1 in the last 7 games. Come on now. Come on, we almost undefeated in the second half of football. So like we the hottest team in football. So we taking that attitude, we taking, that playbook, being healthy, because it's all about being healthy at the right time. You know what I mean? AD feeling good, Kobe Turner feeling good. We got Young at the end, even though I still feel like we could have had Chase Young and we could have had 2 Youngs at the end.
Yeah.
But, going into playoff football, being healthy with a genius like Sean McVay, anything's possible for us. You know what I mean? So nobody can tell us that we can't win. If you're a Rams fan, you should be saying we can win it all. You know what I mean? We not getting bounced by nobody. Like we really beat Baltimore. Let's be realistic. It was a push in the back on a punt return, right? 3rd and 17. We let them. I think it was 3rd and 17 where we let them throw the goddamn touchdown pass. That's still haunting me today. But we really beat them. They know it's true. They got the W. So salute to Lamar Jackson. But I just feel like this, Jake. It's gonna come down to us and the 49ers, bro. Us and the 49ers. I feel like we're going to go into Detroit. That's why I want this 6 seed. We're going to Detroit. It's going to be a good scrap now. Don't get me wrong. Jared Goff, he want to try to do damage to the Rams. We kicked his ass out of LA when he won the Super Bowl. Detroit won to show LA that we heard we for real. And shouts out to them because they is for real. Got to watch that boy Hutchinson off the end because he's wrecking everything over there. And, like I really do feel like this, Jake. If Matthew Stafford get through Detroit line in Detroit, right, I just feel like that's just gonna boost his level all the way up. But Jake, do you know if we locked in the 6th seed, or does it take us to beat the Niners to really lock it in, or do it take Green Bay to lose?
Green Bay loses or the Rams win. One of those will do it.
Yeah. So, and more than likely, Green Bay. Just my opinion, I feel like Green Bay gonna win that game. Hopefully, they do lose.
Yeah, I do too. I think the Rams are beating the 49ers. I do. And if they don't beat them in Week 18, then I 100% think they win in the playoffs.
This is the thing, though. Do you think the Niners rest their starters because they clinch home field advantage? Like we talk about resting our starters. Do they rest their starters? What do you think?
CMC is getting rested. I don't know. I think it'll be one of those decisions that's made at game time. You don't want to do anything where, you know, it's at least that's what I would say, but you know.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna come down to, man. But like, we need that 6 seed. I really do. I want to go into Detroit because that make for the better storyline. You know, I know a lot of people talking about, oh, it's rigged. Yeah, it's only rigged because your team didn't make it. You know what I mean? That's just how I feel. You know what I mean? A lot of people get mad, right? If your team would have made the playoffs, you'll be jumping for joy right now.
I mean,
So,
people say it's rigged, but they gave the Giants every opportunity to win that game. The field goal, right? They didn't call a penalty, and let's talk about the 2-point conversion that Tyrod just uncharacteristically threw behind Saquon Barkley. He was wide open, you know?
Wide open. Exactly. So it's like, it comes down to the point where it's like, listen, man, just, okay, if it's rigged, stop watching it, right? That's what I say. If you don't like something, why watch it? Oh, it's rigged. Okay. Oh, well, don't try to take other people's joy away from them because you mad. You know what I mean? So it's like, we enjoying this ride. We're going to continue to enjoy this ride. But I know it's getting late, Jake. I just want to say this, man. I'm going to give Puka, you know, the game ball from doing what he did. I'm going to get Kyron Williams a game ball. I'm going to get AD a game ball.
Kobe Turner.
Kobe Turner, most definitely. The constructor, right? With all the dancing. And I want to give Matt Crosby a game ball as well. Because if we would have signed him, he is no way he could have missed that kick to, you know, clinch that playoff spot. Thank you, Crosby. I know we shift you a couple envelopes, so thank you so much for missing that kick. Now let me stop before people get to talking, but I'm just happy, Jake. I mean, like I say, I've been on cloud 1 million. No, now it's 3,675,000 because the cloud just steady going up and up. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
man, and I need to ask you, Jake.
Yeah.
What was your? Because I know you was at the game, right? What was your the words that came out of your mouth when you seen them miss that tackle and that man ran that punt back for a touchdown? I say, oh my God, I made Jake going crazy right now.
When they missed, I was like, oh my God, it was always the Mason Crosby game. That's what I said. It was always the Mason Crosby game. Because I was like, at that moment, I'm like, Mason Crosby is going to kick the game-winning field goal. I could already tell.
Thank you. I felt the same way, Jake. I said, we about to lose this game by field goal.
And then, oh my God, when freaking Tyrod Taylor took off 31 yards down the field, which there was a hold on, by the way, Jonah Williams. But anyway, he takes off 31 yards down the field, and I'm like, oh, Mason Crosby is going to knock us out of the playoffs. Because I'll tell you this right now. I felt very confident the Rams would not only win against the Giants, but they would beat the 49ers. There's no guarantee that the Seahawks or the Eagles are losing to the Cardinals and the Seahawks are losing to the Steelers. I felt like the Steelers would beat the Seahawks, but I just felt like if the Rams lose this game to the Giants, then essentially they would need, because they would be at 8-8.
Yep.
And the Seahawks, let's bring up the standings here.
Okay.
Because I got to look this up. Okay, so Seattle would be 8-8 as well. The Rams would have the tiebreaker over them. Okay.
Yep.
Green Bay, the winner of Green Bay and Minnesota would be 8-8.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the thing. Minnesota would be pretty much out of it. If the Rams went 9-8, they would still, looks like they would still make the playoffs. But that 49er game, while I was confident in them winning it, I still feel like if the 49ers have a chance to knock the Rams out, like they would go all out. And at that point, the Rams going 8-9, losing the last 2 games of the season, would be the biggest gut punch, because everything that they did to that point would have just been kind of just, thrown into dust. I mean, you think about 8-9, Seattle just needs one more win. They take a 9-8, lead over the Rams. If the Rams went 8-9, they'd make the playoffs, and then Green Bay would make the playoffs. So the Rams would miss the playoffs. And it's just like you're glad that you don't have to find you're glad, as I always say, you're glad you don't live in that alternate reality.
Thank you, God, because I'm telling you, the football gods was on our side, and Jake, I won't even be on the phone with you. You probably won't even be on the show right now. No, I'll take that back. Jake will be on the show, but Monty Brown will still be in his room with the lights off, head under the covers, probably crying because I feel like you. If the 49ers would have had a chance to knock us out of the playoffs, they would have took it because they understand we know them better than anybody in the playoffs. They don't want to take a chance with us over anybody else. So if I'm not mistaken, they like 10-1 or something like that in the NFC. So it's like they know that we played them tough, and whatever that one loss was that beat them, they played them tough. You know what I mean? So they don't want to take a chance with us, especially how hot we is. You know what I mean? So it's like they would have took their opportunity, but if we would have lost to the Giants, Jake, then to the I think it would have beat us up because it would have been like, oh man, y'all lost to the broke down Giants. Shouts out to the Giants though, no disrespect. Y'all lost to the Bengals, which y'all should have won that game. Y'all lost to the Steelers, which y'all should have won that game. Those three games right there, and we probably talking about being a NFC West champions if we win those three games. You know what I mean? This game would mean so much more right now if we. I'm sorry, the other two games, ladies and gentlemen, but that's an extra two. We in position to become NFC champions, but it is what it is. But that's why you can't script football, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all can say what y'all want to say, but we made a man and we heard, bro. And with this young team that we got, the team that we got with Matthew Stafford being healthy, the way he's slinging the ball, the eagerness. I just listened to Kobe Turner's 17-minute interview, and the way he talking about winning defense rookie of the year, but just having a drive and just being thankful to be in this position. It's just like we playing like, and he talk about the environment that we're going into. Like it's everybody have to be part of the Rams. Like that, it's always better to come to a happy environment. You know what I mean? With Sean McVay because he let you be who you is. It's kind of like Phil Jackson for the Lakers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know my guys in the back ready to come on. I'm gonna wrap it up in a minute, y'all. I feel your pain too. I know I was back there like, come on, man, hurry it up so we can get on. But it's kind of like man, Phil Jackson with the Lakers. You know what I mean? He's a young goat, and he just when you can just plug in pieces and still make it work without the stars. No Bobby Wagner, no Jalen Ramsey. You know what I mean? No Von Miller. We lose Odell Beckham, but Cooper Cup and we get Puka, somebody that's better than Odell right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I do want to see Puka get that record. I do want to see him get that record. You know what I mean? I think he deserves it. You feel me? Because something like
Absolutely.
that is special. That is something that's something that nobody can take from now. I know it's a team game, but accolades do count and it do matter because when your career is over with, it's about what have you done in the NFL and what Puka can do. If he get that record, like you say, Jake, is no doubt he should get rookie of the year, and I pray he get it. But I want him to get that record because how long has it been since that record been broken? 135 years. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been since 1960. Bill Groman.
275 years. Yeah, that's a long time.
582 years.
582 years.
It just goes up every time.
Yeah. So no, I want him to get that record, but it is about like because Puka play tough. You know what I mean? So I know he got nicks and knacks. Stafford say he okay. Nothing is wrong with the thumb. I don't know why they bring up the thumb in the they was interviewing, but don't jinx it. So it depends on how these players feel, bro. My thing is this: if they feel okay and they want to play, then play them. But if it's a situation where people got bumps and bruises and nicks and knacks, then you got to take their rest to get ready for the playoffs because we're playing for something that's more important than the individual accolade, which if you earn it, you earn it, and I want you to get it. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, we just gotta wait and see how things play out. So I'm with resting, but I'm not with I don't know. I'm with resting, but I'm not with resting because it's certain things on the line. But I don't want to risk no injuries, and I don't even want to bring that up or jinx it. Don't put nothing like that in the universe. But we're in a great position, Jake, and I just want to go into the playoffs as healthy as possible. And I know what we can do. You know what I mean? If we can get ahead on these teams and play from ahead instead of behind, we gonna do a lot of damage, and we going all the way. You know what I mean? So everybody keep the faith out there, man. We going to the Super Bowl, and we gonna win this thing. And to my brother Jake, I appreciate you for everything you do, my brother. Thank
Appreciate you too,
know
man.
what I mean? Continue pushing the line. Continue being our leader, man. Keep doing your thing because I listen to other Rams people that don't do their little shows. They counted us out. How the hell you pushing the line and holding the line, but you count us out. Our season is over. I can't listen to you no more, man. You know what I mean? It's not over until they kick us out, and we got to start the off season. So thank you, Jake, for being one of them dudes. And you mean it. You're not just saying it to,
Yeah.
oh, I'm just going to say it to make. No, you actually mean it. And I can tell that you actually mean it. You know what I mean? You go through the heartaches, you go through the pain just like we go through, but you actually mean it and you stand on your word, bro. And I can appreciate that from a man. Ain't nothing like a man in this word, bro. And I can appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. But thank you, Jake. Shout out to the chat, man. One more week, y'all. One more week. And things get real. You know what I mean? Things get real. But Jake, you have a good night, my brother.
You too, Monty.
Love the chat. And we most definitely will be talking next week after that victory.
Sounds good, my guy. You be well.
All right, champ.
Happy
You
New
too.
Year.
Oh, Happy New Year to you and your family as well, champ.
Appreciate it. All right. We are closing down here. Swizzleberry, my friend, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, man. Glad you're here. I think I talked to you maybe 2 live streams ago, 3, 4. I don't know.
Man, but longer than that.
Yeah. How you been?
I've been good. Fairly busy.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
That's this end of the year is always a weird kind of crunch for me, so it's kind of interesting.
I hear you. Well, I want to ask you your thoughts on the game and then get your thoughts that, I keep asking everybody about the starters and everything. So let's start with the Giants game. Just take me through your whole, everything about that, what you went through and, just the emotions and everything.
Oh man, that was ugly. Like it would be different if you as you experienced it live, which I feel like your emotions go are tenfold when you're there than watching it on TV. And man, that's freaking nuts. I was actually sick over the weekend, so it was kind of funny. I'm laying down in bed watching the game. Like, I don't know if I want to continue watching this game or just go back to sleep.
Oh yeah. Sorry to hear that, man. I went through that. That was not fun.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, everyone getting together for holidays and rushing around, that happens.
It's true.
Man, it was the whole time eventually, like in the fourth quarter, like you mentioned it with a few other people, it felt like we were going to lose poetically to a field goal by Mason Crosby.
100%. I think every Rams fan could see it, it was written in the stars.
I was so close to chalking it up as game number 2 to blame on Les Snead.
Oh my God.
It's like, okay, that you owe us for the Brett Rippon game and the Mason Crosby game. I was about to say. It would have been nuts. Thankfully, I mean, if we did lose it, Seattle losing yesterday helps, but man, I'm glad we're not in that situation.
Yeah. No, I'm very glad. Seattle's situation's awful because not only do they have to win against a really tough Cardinals team that is playing really good football right now.
Somehow.
They're out for blood, man. They're out there to prove it's like jokes on them because it's just hurting their draft pick, but they're out there to prove to everyone see, we're not tanking. It's like, okay, that's great and all, but you're killing your draft status.
I can see the players. They're fighting to.
Oh yeah, no, it's such a joke.
Get a contract somewhere else, and it sucks.
Yeah,
they're in a rough situation.
Yeah, so I think with I think with Seattle, they have to win. I'll do it right now, actually. Okay, so Seattle has to win, and if Seattle wins, then they need the Packers to lose. If the Packers lose, they also need, I believe, the Saints to lose. Because if the Saints win...
So they need the Bears to beat the Packers and the Panthers to beat the Saints.
They need... Okay, if the Panthers beat the Bucks...
Oh, no, they're playing the Bucks. It's Falcons.
The Saints can win the division. I guess it looks as though, okay, Seattle's not in as bad a shape as I thought. They need the Packers to lose, essentially. I mean, it's not great shape. Packers don't lose at Lambeau Field against the Bears.
Yeah.
But they need the Packers to lose. They need to win. That's it, I guess. That's what I'm looking at here.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, which also leads into the other question you've been asking everyone. It sounds like because of that, we need to play our starters because having the 6 seed is way more valuable than being the 7. Being in the 7 is just...
Not only that, if you don't want to play the 49ers in the divisional round, you'd rather play them in the NFC title game, getting the 6 seed and say if the Packers played Dallas, I kind of like the Packers in that game. Kind of like Jordan Love's ability to test it downfield, really throw it downfield. Packers' ability to, block for him. Aaron Jones is running the ball well. And then you look at the defense and the pressure they could put on Dak, and Dallas hasn't been able to run the ball lately. So, yeah, I mean, the Packers could win that game. If they win that game, the Rams have the 6th seed. Say they beat Detroit. Packers beat Dallas, Philly and Tampa, whatever. Doesn't matter what way that goes. Then that means the 49ers will play the Packers. The Rams would play Tampa potentially in Tampa. This is exactly what happened. If that happens, this is exactly what happened in 2021 divisional round.
Because we had the Niners go to Green Bay, knock them out for us when we went to Tampa Bay, and that actually helped out tremendously.
Yes.
Not having to go to Lambeau in the playoffs was huge.
Yeah. It kept it at SoFi. So, I mean, I like the Rams on the road regardless. I know there are people like, oh my God, they're not going to win 4 road games. First off, 3 road games. The 4th one, everyone's playing on the road. The Super Bowl, everyone plays on the road. So, you're normally not going to get to play a home Super Bowl game. That was kind of an anomaly. But
and there wasn't even really a home field advantage at that game.
There's really not, because
very heavy mix.
Super Bowl is priced out of just the regular fan.
Yeah.
You're just not going to be able to go to the Super Bowl really unless you win
Or the other way that I found is because I have a friend that works with the organization who is able to help me get friends and family ticket pricing.
Mm-hmm.
Even that's $1,000 a ticket.
Yeah, it's not even worth it. I mean,
even that,
I wouldn't do that.
I did it as it's the one time I'm going to be able to see my team in the Super Bowl.
Oh, you did it?
Yeah.
You were at the Rams Super Bowl? That's cool.
Yeah. So
the problem I have is that football is the best sport by a country mile to watch on TV.
That's true.
So
it is.
I only go to 1 game a year. I might go to 2 next year because I want to go to SoFi and I want to go to the Jets Rams. I don't think I'll go to the Patriots Rams, but definitely Jets Rams.
It's funny you mentioned it. I feel like if you had, because I had season tickets, I just actually transferred them away, and I no longer have them because I feel like I'm going to enjoy it more going less.
Yeah.
I love it live, and there's nothing. I still think it beats watching on TV, but the process of going and it's a whole day event to do it 10 times a year in a short span of time. It's a lot.
And then the argument, of course, would be, well, you only do it 10 times a year, So, I mean, that's why I think people do go. And I'm not trying to tell people not to go. But, yeah, I think it's really for the people that just want to go. I mean, for me, I like watching on TV. I'll go once a year if I can, maybe twice. But I almost bought season tickets, and oh my God, WNBA is the greatest sport to watch with the TV off. You guys are terrible.
Wow.
But yeah, I almost got season tickets. I decided not to. I didn't move to LA, of course. And I'm glad because it would have been expensive. I didn't have the money at the time. And to be
contract is terrible.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just not, I'm glad I'm doing what I'm doing is what I'm saying, so. Yeah. Season tickets work for people who live in LA. Also, I do not even close.
Exactly.
So
I enjoyed it. I thought it was awesome. And if it's something that for me, I just realized in my situation, maybe it's just not for me.
Yeah.
And that's what I realized is like, hey, you know what? Other people probably still love it way more than I will, and I mean, we'll go there. We'll figure it out. I'll probably still go to a couple games a year, but yeah, we could see, aside from all that stuff, we could see a really, really good playoff situation. And the best thing that I've ever heard about playoffs is, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter about records, doesn't matter about what happened during the season. All that matters is your matchups and who you're going up against. And that's what lined up so well for us in 2021. We had good matchups.
Yeah.
To face the Cardinals at home, then to go face the Buccaneers. We beat the Buccaneers every single time since Tom Brady was there. That was one of my favorite parts about it. And then to go against the 49ers, I would much rather take the 49ers at home as opposed to go play in Lambeau. And even to still.
Yeah, I mean, that was the best.
Face the Niners in Santa Clara.
Exactly.
Lambeau.
I'm not trying to dodge them. You know?
Like, I like the matchup better.
I mean, I think the Rams match up well against everybody right now, to be honest with you.
Yeah, for me, there's a mental thing of like, I hate Lambeau because it feels like we always lose there.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the funny thing is that if there was any chance of the Rams, I don't think there's a chance that you could even do it. Yeah, no, there definitely is. Okay, so the Rams would play, in this scenario, the Packers would play the 49ers, the Rams would play the Bucs. If the Packers beat the 49ers and the Rams beat the Bucs, the NFC title game would be at SoFi Stadium against the Packers. I think it would be the first time. That would be the first time ever, I think, a 6 and a 7 seed. Yeah, it would, because 7 seed has never won.
The 7 seed wasn't existed.
I mean, think about this.
Existed for a couple of years.
All the Rams have to do. I mean, well, actually, think about this. The Rams beat Detroit. Packers beat Dallas. If the Packers beat San Francisco in the divisional round, then the Rams would only have to play the 3rd and 4th seed. They'd only have to win 2 games, and then they're hosting at SoFi Stadium the NFC title game. Now, how realistic is that? I wouldn't say it's very realistic.
I think we have better odds of getting Caleb Williams still.
But could you imagine that? I mean, I think the Packers are playing good football right now. But could you imagine that if the Packers upset Dallas, upset San Francisco, and then they lost to the Rams after going the toughest route they would literally be the toughest playoff route in NFL history because the 7 seeds never made it past the first round. So to go against the 2nd seed and a 1st seed with a combined 24 and 10 record. And then you have to go on the road to LA, a team you beat. That would be something. Do I think it's likely? No, I think it's likely Green Bay could beat Dallas. I can actually see Green Bay beating Dallas. I just don't. Dallas shows a lot of issues right now. They barely beat Detroit, and let's be honest here, Detroit beat Dallas. Like Detroit
that was
won.
The biggest. That was one of the biggest ref mistakes I have seen in a long time, and I would say that's getting close to worse than the Jalen Ramsey face mask.
Oh no, that was definitely
that's procedural. Worse. That's not a bang bang moment. That's like, that's happening hours before the game starts, and what number's going to report eligible? That's bad.
Yeah,
like, that is.
Yeah,
I mean, that's like being a mechanic and forgetting to put oil in the car. Bad.
I mean, that Detroit call was the worst thing I've ever seen. He scored. It was a touchdown. They waited 38 seconds to throw a flag. 38 seconds might not sound like a lot because it's not a minute. 38 seconds after a touchdown is a long time.
Yeah.
2-point conversion. I mean, my thing is, here's why I'm out on Dallas winning the Super Bowl. They can't win on the road. They're 3-5. One of the worst road teams I've seen for being a top-heavy team. They're undefeated at home, but they basically lost to Detroit. They got bailed out. And then the game against Seattle could have won that, you know? I mean, if you really think about it, Seattle was throwing all over them. So this rough and tough defense has shown to be a little bit susceptible to getting beat. So you look at the Packers, and it's like I'm looking at like this Packers team. And here's the thing about, and this is why the NFL is so interesting. It can change your opinions on a dime. Because the Packers, I went from 2 weeks ago, they're like, oh, that team's not making the playoffs. They're not making it.
Yeah.
And then I watched them against the Vikings. Vikings are at home. You know, I know they're starting Jaron Hall, a rookie, who I don't think played that poorly. And I understand wanting to, you know, light a spark, so you bring back Nick Mullins. The fact of the matter is that the Vikings were at home. Their defense has been on an absolute tear lately, you know, keeping them in games. That Packers offense could do anything they wanted. Aaron Jones, 120 yards rushing. Okay. Then he averaged 6 yards per carry. Jordan Love, 256 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's starting to look like Aaron Rodgers. Bo Melton was the leading receiver, 6 catches, 105 yards, and a touchdown. Jaden Reed had 2 touchdowns. Romeo Doubs, who's their number 1 receiver, basically, like, the Vikings were like, yeah, we're not going to let you do anything with Romeo Doubs. Okay, I'll just funnel it to Bo Melton or Jaden Reed. You know, I look at this and I see, you know, without their starting corners, I mean, Keyshawn Nixon played, but Stokes was out, and so was they suspended Jair Alexander, and they still got an interception. They still held Justin Jefferson under 60 yards, which is just absolutely insane. In the Packers' run defense, they held Ty Chandler to 40 yards rushing. Like, this was a clinic. This was impressive to go on the road. This is not a great road team. They were 4-4 coming in, or sorry, 3-5 coming into this road game. They win. They're now 4-5 on the road. The Packers, are they turning a corner here? That's the question. I mean, you look and you're like, well, you know, that game against the Vikings here, it comes off a game where they barely beat the Panthers, right? They lost to the Bucs by 14. They lost to the Giants. But it wasn't that long ago they beat the Lions. They beat the Chiefs. They beat the Rams. Although, let's be honest here, that Rams team with Brett Rippon, anyone could have beaten them. But they were still in that game too, the Rams were. Anyway, my point is, it's not out of the realm of possibility for the Packers to just raise hell in this playoff, these playoffs. If the Packers beat the Dallas Cowboys, they're getting the 49ers. The Rams are not.
Yep.
If the Rams beat Detroit, they're getting the winner of Tampa and Philly. I think the Rams would beat either. I think the Rams will beat anybody. But San Francisco is definitely the toughest matchup. So, I mean, the Packers could really be kind of an ally in this sense, where even if they lose, the Rams don't see the 49ers until the NFC title game, and that's all on the line. Anything can happen, Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah. That's the thing that is so valuable about that 6 seed. We already know Christian McCaffrey is going to sit out.
Yeah.
That's, from what I've seen, it looks like he's going to be out from week 18. That's a big hit for San Francisco. This is an opportunity to just go take a game. They seem to be considering sitting other players. They're not going to be sitting everyone. Obviously, you can't. But we could see the opportunity to take the game. It doesn't matter to them as far as seeding goes. Probably might matter for pride. But that's where that value is. Having those options, sometimes you just get luck of the dice and you have a different option to go about the playoffs. I mean, it would be great to not have to face Dallas and not have to face San Francisco. I mean, then probably we're going to have to face San Francisco eventually in most odds, but it'd be great not to have to face Dallas at home.
Yeah.
If they can get knocked out, that it comes down to, you never know.
Man, can you imagine that? Like, the 49ers sitting their starters causes them to come out like all lackadaisical and, just groggy and dull. and the Green Bay Packers beat Dallas, and then the Green Bay Packers beat the Niners, and then the Rams are literally, because I said it, I said this is the last time you will see the Rams at SoFi Stadium. This finale, this is it. This Saints game is the last time they will play at SoFi. I could be wrong. I mean, there's still a pathway for the Rams to have another game, you know, at SoFi. And yeah. I mean, it would be absolutely crazy if that were to happen. I mean, like, again, do I think it's going to happen? No, but can you imagine that? Are you really going to take Green Bay in a rematch at SoFi Stadium over the Rams now that Stafford's playing? Hell no. At that point, the Rams would be going to the Super Bowl. But I would like to see them go the toughest way possible. I want no asterisks, question marks, anything. Like, I want them to go. I want them to rip through Detroit. Then I want them to play the Niners. And then, you know, maybe they play Dallas or somebody like that. That's what I want to see.
Here's what's crazy is that game in Green Bay was no Stafford, no Kyron Williams.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, okay, you don't have your number one quarterback or your number one running back. Like, that cripples most offenses.
Yeah.
That's not even the same game anymore. But yeah, if we end up if this weird, very low percentage chance of thing happening, you know, everyone's just going to say, oh, well, that year's an asterisk. They didn't face any real competition.
Yep. Probably.
It's a Mickey Mouse ring.
Oh, God.
Every time.
I need a horror movie where Mickey Mouse himself is the killer and he goes after everyone who calls things Mickey Mouse rings. I would watch that. Hey, I mean, you know, public domain. Let's do it.
Yeah, you got to have it Steamboat Willie. Go.
The Steamboat Willie just be like, did you just say Mickey Mouse ring? Be like, yeah, dude, straight Mickey Mouse ring, bro. And then he just chops him up with a machete or something. I don't even think I could say this on YouTube, but hey, you know what? It's under the whole horror movies thing, so I'm good. It's all good. Plus, if they want to sift through my 4-hour live stream, then they earned the copyright or whatever the hell strike I would get. I don't think they're going to. So,
yeah, it's really the first 5 minutes that are the crucial.
Yeah.
Ones. That's just it. It would be interesting. And as far as like with this team where I'm looking now, that what gets me more excited about this team is everything this year. My idea for this year was if we make playoffs, that's a win. That's the victory of the season, is get to playoffs somehow. Everything from now on, icing on the cake.
I think you got to have a playoff victory, get to the divisional round. That to me was a win coming into the season. So that's where I stand. Like, I feel like divisional round, but that was also before I saw this team. So, I mean, yeah, I'll still say it. Divisional round, and it's a successful season. Making the playoffs is successful, but it's something that I predicted. Anything beyond the divisional round is something I didn't predict beforehand. But man,
yeah.
Like, the idea of the Rams playing at SoFi Stadium again for a freaking NFC title would just be like, I want to see it, but that also means the Rams wouldn't get to play the Niners. That would bother me.
Yeah, I still want to see that one.
Yeah, like, I want them to beat them when it matters. You know, again, like, I don't know. Something about that bothers me because, you know, the excuses. You know what? Actually, screw the excuses. The Rams make the freaking Super Bowl with the way that everybody was talking out this team. I don't think it's going to matter. I've changed my opinion. I don't actually care. I don't care. You know, because all you can say is, oh, well, you lost to a 7 seed. Who does that? Literally nobody.
Yeah. And that's the one that's just like, I would laugh if they do end up winning. I would like a poster of everyone that said "Tank for Caleb" with the silhouette of the Super Bowl ring right over there.
Yeah, I'm not of the belief. I mean, the whole, you know, it doesn't matter where you were, we're here now. Yeah, I'm not of that belief because it does matter. Don't get me wrong. You know, okay, like, we're here now and I get that, but don't let people get off scot-free. Like, bro, if you were the one, clowning me all year or clowning you or whoever, oh, bro literally thinks they're gonna make the playoffs. He's so wrong. Like, I'm sorry, you don't get any grace there. Like, I'm calling you out. I'm definitely receding you, as I've been doing a lot on Twitter. Because it's fun, man. You could sit there and easily just, like, all my receipts are there. I don't have to do much work. I have everything bookmarked, so just be like, man, if any bad takes, anything on the Rams, my favorites are the ones that are, like, rude. Because it's like, man, you look like an even bigger asshole. And now I'm about to share this to all my followers, and it's not going to be good. But yeah, it's good Lord.
It's one of those ones that's just, and for everyone that's thinking like, one, why you never want to tank. The thing that's so good about this season and why it's so important, I think, to make playoffs this season, and if we do get a win, why it would be so good in the divisional and get to the divisional round. All these rookies, and when you are fresh in the league, you don't know what's normal.
Yeah.
Your first season sets the bar for what is normal in the NFL. So when you go out and you have a sub 500 record, now it's normal to lose. And then you go out and do it again. Okay, well, it's just normal to lose, and it becomes normal. That's why tanking doesn't work, because you also tank the careers of the people on your team.
Yeah, no, that's kind of why another thing, stats, like, I don't know, stats matter. Stats are history. Like, I don't necessarily want to see everybody sit, because I want to see Stafford add another touchdown or two. I want to see Kyron Williams add another 100 to his total. Like, I don't know. That stuff matters.
I mean, we all want to see
me.
Puka break the records.
Well, Puka breaking the record, I mean, that goes without saying. There's no excuse. If he doesn't get at least 30 yards on 4 catches, at least, to break the record, like, I'm gonna be so ticked off.
Like, that's the one where, like, we all want to see these things, and the part that's even better is you see guys all the time in the league where they've never not made playoffs.
Yeah,
and they go to multiple teams and they continue to make play. To me, them making playoffs is normal. Marcus Robinson, I think, is one of them.
Yeah, all that dude does is go to the playoffs.
Like, that's a normal season. He doesn't know what it's like to leave first week of January. Like,
I know.
That's the thing that you end up instilling in all these rookies. Normal is winning and going to the postseason. And that's it. I mean,
what's funny is, like, what Alan Sales just said in the comment section. It's funny to me when Niners fans say he'll break the record versus their backups. Newsflash, he would have broken the record regardless of who was out there for the 49ers. It's like those fans don't realize that Puka Nacua in week 2 had over 140 yards against them in his second ever game in the NFL. Like, it's just complete ignorance, man. Like, I don't know how you could be that ignorant. It is, I do know how, but that's not the point. Anyway, it's 2 a.m. I'm going to hit the hay. But hey, Swizz, appreciate you. And I want to make sure that I tell you, because that didn't go unnoticed when you gifted those subs. I don't remember what stream that was, but I did see that. So
you did mention it then.
Yeah,
I think so.
I thought I did, but appreciate you. The kick streams, they're going to pick up in the off season. I'll have them sparingly.
Busy right now.
Yeah, I'll have them sparingly. But yeah, in the off season, it'll be fun. I think right around that, right after the draft, like May, June, July, August area, I'm just gonna be going ham with the kick streams. So I'm moving in May.
Dang.
So, that might be a little hectic, but it's not like I'm not gonna make content or anything. So yeah. Jimmy, you got it. I'll bring you in for a sec, but yeah. Swizz, appreciate you. We'll talk after the game, my friend.
Sounds good. We'll talk to you later.
Absolutely. Appreciate you.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All right, Jimmy. Oh. Hey, Nishiski, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Jimmy, you there? Happy New Year, Mr. Scampers. Appreciate you. I know, Chach. I got to get on it. It's fun. I love gaming. Jimmy, I'm trying to add you, but it's not. You keep backing out. I don't know. I got to go to bed, though. I'm going to be honest with you. Like I could bring you on for a little bit, but it's just going to be bad quality moving forward. So I got to focus on my well-being, but, what's up, Totman? Nishi sexy. I couldn't read it. I appreciate it though. Thank you so much for the gifted. I really do. Guys, you guys have been great. It's been a lot of fun. Jimmy, I don't know what's going on. I'm staying in the area, 15 minutes away from where I am, staying in upstate New York. My all-time long-term plan is to eventually have a winter home. And it's really that simple, man. Like I'm moving to either like if I get a winter home, I'm staying in upstate New York. My winter home would be either in Florida or Arizona. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Guys, really appreciate all the support. I see all your comments. It was way more packed than I thought. So I was planning on, like actually interacting with those said comments. But man, is this the new norm? I'm not complaining, but holy hell. I mean, we have 266 people that are live right now. It's 2:07 a.m. And this is not like the Rams aren't playing. This is Tuesday. This is January 2nd, But yeah, man, looking forward to next week. We'll see what happens, obviously. More content on the way. Going to be working on some videos. Big one. Make a video that you guys can share around to anybody that doesn't believe that Kobe Turner is in fact the defensive rookie of the year. I already made one for the for Puka Nacua. So I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna make a Kobe Turner one. I'm gonna make an executive of the year video, breaking down everything Les Snead did this year. So those are my two videos, on deck. Believe in Rams with Cam and I tomorrow. I think we're going to record, maybe Wednesday. Downtown Rams with Alexis. We will record Thursday at 8. So that'll be out probably around midnight Friday. Those are the plans so far. Oh, I can't. Guys, do me a favor here. I remembered. I didn't think I'd remember. So I'm actually partaking in a new channel. I signed on to do it's Rams related, so you'll like this. I might have told some of you, but the NFC West Roundtable, I have that show tomorrow, and I'm doing it. Let's see here. We got 329 subscribers. So if you guys could go and just throw some subs at this thing on YouTube, the link's right there. So so tomorrow we got at 9 p.m. Eastern time, NFC West Roundtable debut. I'm on the panel for the Rams, obviously. Shocker. Norb Cam is doing the Seahawks. Last Second Sports is doing the 49ers, and AZ Sports Fan is doing the Cardinals. So go ahead, sub to that. We're going to be live at 9 p.m. Eastern time. it's a new journey for me because, you know, I got my own channel here, but it's going to be cool to be doing, you know, that with them. They asked me to be the Ram guy, so I decided to be the Ram guy. So it's not Ramsaholic, but you should definitely subscribe. That's definitely a friend of mine. I met him actually at MetLife yesterday. Good person. Just started his channel, so if you want to subscribe to him, good stuff. But yeah, let's get the round table up there in subs. That way, also, you can hit notify me on the upcoming live stream, and you'll get a notification. Discord, I will link it in Discord. Again, 9 p.m. tomorrow. Today, if you're on the East Coast, it is January 2nd. We're doing the round table, so it should be fun. Looking forward to seeing you guys there. I've never done anything like this. I mean, I did a Marvel round table on this channel, you know, 2-3 years ago, but I haven't been a part of a consistent round table that should be every Tuesday. So if I understand correctly, we're live streaming every Tuesday. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm looking forward to it. Part of the Roundtable Sports Network. They got the AFC East Roundtable that has like 12,000 subscribers. So they just are deciding to add an NFC West. All of them are doing pretty well. I think NFC South is new, NFC East is new, AFC West is new, and AFC North is new. So they're really putting something, you know, good out there. It's called NFC West Roundtable. That's the name of the channel. I'll throw it down in the chat again. Cause yeah, we got the subscribers. But yeah, that'll be fun, man. That should be every Tuesday, I think is what we're doing. Cause I moved the Downtown Rams recording date to, I believe, Thursday. Now we're gonna do it Thursday or Friday. Alexis and I are gonna do it. So that's the plan. And guys, stay tuned because 2024 is gonna be a little different. For those of you who are Yankee fans, if you're not, just ignore what I'm saying. But if you're a Yankees fan, I got some good stuff coming. Starting a show there. That'll be on a separate channel, so it won't affect this channel at all. This is just a strict Rams channel. It may change in the future. If we get big enough, I'll just start doing Rams and just the whole NFL. But we'll see. I'm not anticipating that to happen anytime soon, but yeah, I'm just, you know, we're working on putting more content out. Live streams on Bleacher Report, whether it's with Cam and I doing the NFL content or it's just me doing the Rams. You can follow me on socials at JKBogan. Haven't done a long stream like this since I don't know. I mean, this is one of the longer streams I've done, going back to when I had the studio. Remember, guys, when I had the studio, the OG supporters? Man, it was cool to have my own studio and you know, rent out that office space. But I feel good in the comfort of my own home. My bed is over there. That's the first thing I'm going to be, first place I'll be going after this. But yeah, I just figured I'd throw the NFC West Roundtable out there. 342 subscribers, so it's already gone up quite a bit. Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens. But yeah, everyone hit that, and you'll be able to watch me tomorrow. It's at 9 p.m. Eastern time, so it'd be 6 p.m. your time, Alan. So yeah, good stuff, man. Appreciate you guys. Always loyal. It means a lot. So yeah, let's just keep this train rolling. Lot of content. I'm excited about the Kobe Turner video. I don't know when that'll come out. I got to do the research. I already have done the research, but I got to actually, like, you know, put together some notes and stuff. That way it's, you know, organized. But yeah, appreciate you guys. It means a lot. Jimmy, sorry we couldn't link up this time. Next time we'll definitely do that. But thanks, Scampers. Appreciate that. No, you're welcome, Jimmy. We'll link up next time. Don't worry. I'll be doing this. In case you guys don't know, I normally don't do live streams anymore during the week. May start, we'll see. But I noticed that my live stream numbers are getting better. We're having more people in because there's kind of a rarity as to when I'm live. Like, I make it more of like a special event. So we'll have a live stream for sure after the 49ers game, no doubt about it. Yeah, I'll keep you guys posted, but oh man, now I'm just rambling. I'm tired. This is what happens. So anyway, I'm not gonna bore you guys anymore. Yeah, I'm excited to talk to these people. I've never talked to them before. I think AZ Sports Fan invited me onto a show. It never ended up working out. Last Second Sports, I have an idea of, and NorbCam I know does kind of like those vlogs, which I don't have that experience, and I'm not good at that. That's why when you guys ask me to do vlogs, I'm like, I'm not bringing my baby camera over there. No way. I don't want that thing, because to me, this is my moneymaker right here. Do I have the money to buy another one if it fell and broke? Sure, but do I want to spend another $1,400? And most importantly, do I want to spend $300 plus on my freaking? I'm totally blanking on the lens. No, I don't. So maybe someday I'll get better at vlogging and stuff, and we'll get into that. That's not really this show. That's not really this channel. But who knows? My life isn't that interesting, so vlogging right now wouldn't make any sense. But maybe when I have the winter home and I'm in Arizona or Florida, might be a little interesting. My area would not interest you. It's fun. It's quiet. It's literally me. I quiet person, man. Outside of this camera you see here, outside of these live streams, outside of being in person, like seeing you guys, I'm quiet as shit. Like, yeah, shut in, quiet. That's me. Very laid back. But I can be loud when I get really passionate about something. My voice moves up a little bit, but I have a little bit of a shell, which I never had, but it just happened over the years. But yeah, anyway, love y'all. Be safe. Happy New Year. Great way to kick off 2024 with one of our longest live streams in the history. But beard is high and tight. Yeah, beard's going to continue to grow. Last time I grew a beard like this, the Rams won the Super Bowl. So I'm not a superstitious person, but I see you finished the drink. You ordered some online. W. Yeah, let me know how it tastes, because I freaking love it. I actually got this from my aunt for Christmas. Secret Santa. This is the best gift ever, dude, because like you have to actually go to Frog Alley to pick these up normally, unless you order them online. And yeah, I got a 4-pack, so this is only one of the 4. And the best thing ever is that I opened up the fridge. I was like, oh, I'm going to get a drink before I go live. And I looked, I was like, oh my God, I didn't know I had a 4-pack, because I totally forgot about it. So you're going to look like Forrest Gump. Yeah. Think the Packers will release Jair? I don't know. Maybe the Rams get him. Maybe the Rams trade for him. I don't know. Stafford 2 for 2, baby. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. Love y'all. Like I said, Happy New Year. And I'll see you tomorrow in some capacity. Probably pre-recorded, but still seeing you. And you're still seeing me. So that's how we do it. Later, folks.